Yeah, I saw someone post it on Facebook, and I was like, that's great.
Holy shit. I was not expecting that.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
That one came out of left field.
Bear with me, I have to go send this to 6 other people now.
Steve, say something.
Oh.
There we go.
Neat.
Kitty. Oh, stop it.
The longing stare over your shoulder to anything or anyone else.
Right? No, I don't want to be here, even though you're petting me.
I'm going to act like it, but I'm not going to actively try and get away. I'm just going to... Oh, dear.
Okay, I think I've sent that to enough people now. Jesus Christ, that was good. That's on a whole new level.
Up.
Hi, Travis.
So, after he enables some thing, and throw my spells.
Did you just eat your microphone?
What the fuck are you saying?
So he's cutting out for everybody else, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I specifically heard so after.
Yeah, but even what I caught didn't stitch together.
Okay, is this better?
There we go.
That depends. What were you trying to say?
So after Brandon introduced some new mechanics, I went and redid my spells, and in my not sober mind, I'm like, man, Sarah can make some huge amount of money if she takes this spell, and it works out well. And then I was like, wait, that's kind of slutty. Sarah wouldn't do that. So I redid some spells today.
Yeah, because both Barian and Sarah, when I added the additional features, they each got access to more spells.
See more spells on my list.
You should. Hold on. It should be.
I looked, but I didn't see any new ones. So
Let me double check. I swear you
Like,
got you have like a couple per level, I believe.
One of the spells that I took away that Sarah will never take is Nether's Mischief. You fill a 20-foot cube you see within range with Fey and Draconic magic. Roll on the mischievous search table to determine the magical effect produced, and roll again starting each turn until the spell ends. You can move the cube up to 10 feet before you roll. So, here's the 4 different effects. The smell of apple pie fills the air, and each creature in the cube must succeed a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you until the start of your next turn. A bouquet of flowers appear all around. Each creature in the cube must succeed a dexterity saving throw or be blinded until the start of your next turn as flowers spray water in their faces. Each creature in the cube must succeed a wisdom saving throw or begin giggling until the start of your next turn. A giggling creature is incapacitated and uses all of its movements to move in a random direction. And then the 4th one is drops of molasses hover in the cube, making it difficult terrain until the start of your next turn.
Okay. I just get to shoot better.
Steve, you have 3. I feel on your known spells, you have 3. They're more towards the bottom that have a plus on their left side. Those were added.
yeah, see, I don't see any that have a plus next to them. I think I see one that I don't remember as a prayer of healing. I don't remember.
Yep, that's one. I don't know why it doesn't show you the plus. It's you got Gentle Repose, Prayer of Healing, and Warding Bond.
I feel like I had Gentle Repose before. I feel like I had Warding Bond too. Maybe I'm thinking something else.
Might be something else. You can actually, if you go into where you like manage your level and you click on that little tab that says optional features, it actually tells you which spells you get for turning it on. Optional feature.
No, I definitely had Warding Bond also because you had resistance to all damage on it. I remember I was contemplating that one.
No, this one says that you would have had second level spells of Gentle Repose, Prayer of Healing, and Warding Bond added, and then you get a third level spell and a fifth level spell once you get access to those.
Under my selection, I think, for the moment.
So Sarah's spell list now consists of Dancing Lights, obviously for the light effect, Thunderclap, for those big bassy moments, Vicious Mockery because people like to, sometimes she likes to mock the crowd sometimes, Color Spray, for a little bit more light effect, Earth Tremor, for some feel to it, Fairy Fire, some ambiance, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, haven't quite figured that one out yet, but Thunderwave.
It's her laugh track.
Yeah, it's her laugh track. Thunderwave, and then Cloud of Daggers, and then the one I'm really happy about is Mirror Image.
Backup singers?
Yeah, no, backup dancers.
Close enough.
Pyrotechnics, obviously, I'm a Shatter, and then the one I'm really super excited about is Major Image. That is the backup dancer. And then Polymorph. But yeah, so Major Image is the backup singer, and Mirror Image is the backup dancers. And Mirror Image is not concentration. So I could have Mirror Image and Major Image going at the same time.
Yep.
I'll be right back. Food's here.
We just get. Hey, goodbye. Take a half second to aim better. But long range.
But you're not allowed to move if you go to use it, though.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't move that whole time when he was shooting against those zombies anyway. They just would have been dead faster.
Thank you for catching that, Steve. I'll take care of that.
I figured it was just because we haven't actually advanced that far in the timeline yet.
Yeah, but it'll happen. But
Yeah, I figured we might as well get it out of the way.
Yeah. Up to hold on. Just to make it easy for me, I'm going to. And I can always work on it while you're doing the recap. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's his phone. I hear that a lot.
Yeah. Must be.
Move, mustache, you dumbass. Why did you turn the heater off? It's fucking cold in here. God damn it.
Just to make you upset.
Yeah.
Well, it's working. Now I'm upset and cold.
Yay.
We have quite a handy space heater as well, and since the wife works from home, she uses that for her heat source as opposed to heating the whole house, so trying to save money, but oddly enough our electric bill went up quite significantly. Crock of crap.
Yeah. I'm on the first floor of an apartment complex, so it's just fucking freezing down here. And it's been like 0 degrees for the past week, so
That's not a lot of degrees.
that is not a lot of degrees.
I mean, depends on how you look at it.
It's quite a bit above absolute zero.
I mean,
Yeah, it's true.
we're not just completely frozen solid, so yeah, I guess. But yeah, so it's been like
I mean, it's
55
it's
in my
only
apartment for the past week.
it's only 255.372 Kelvin. I mean, that's pretty warm.
Oh, it's not. But okay.
Are you thinking of 0 Celsius there, buddy?
No.
No?
Who's
It's
Kelvin? Is he one of the
it's
chipmunks?
Fahrenheit to Kelvin.
Shut the fuck up.
If it was Celsius to Kelvin, it would be 273.15 Kelvin.
I only caught a couple of the numbers, so I was filling
Thanks,
in the
Tom.
rest.
I'm glad somebody acknowledged that.
Nobody cares.
Actually, that's incorrect because I did respond to it. Told him to shut the fuck up, but you know, whatever.
It's the thought that counts.
The thought is nobody else cares.
That's mean.
Yeah, well,
Man.
you shouldn't be in Instagram jail then. That's what you get for being a criminal. An insta-criminal.
Insta-criminal.
Yeah, it's like you know, the very first insta-criminal was the microwavable oatmeal. You gonna sign in at some point there, Travis?
Shut up.
Buddy?
Eating
Pal?
food in my face. Got excited.
Well, the recap's gonna take a while, so you could food face while I'm doing the recap, but you know, just want to make sure that everyone's actually here, because I don't want to do it a second time.
I'm ready to roll.
I'll send you the damn transcript if you don't pay attention the first time.
Son of Wait, do I really need to be signed in for you to start the recap?
Is your monitor on?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I figure we're gonna start going right away. I don't listen. Okay, I no longer care. Recap is beginning. News from Neverwinter. The flight from Baragos to the gate went better than I'd hoped. The weather was fair and we had a strong tailwind throughout the trip, thanks, it turns out, to a blessing from Avandra at the behest of Madame Sapphire. I imagine it'll take some practice before we can mesh into an effective fighting force, but so far, Morier seems to be up to the task. Leastways, it's nice to know we'll have another option if speed is required over discretion. We sat down a mile or two outside of the gate, and I went the rest of the way on foot so as not to spook the locals. The Flaming Fist were untrusting, but hearing my accent and seeing my gear, but a few silvers smoothed things over. They're on edge, but I didn't have time to inquire as to why. I made contact with the Harper agent at the Elf Song Tavern and received the coin that you sent, but I'm starting to get the feeling I'm really going to need that magical protection against acid you commissioned. The plate that Thunderhammer provided is a good fit, but mundane steel is only going to do so much against these true less by the sound of things. When I arrived at the Hall of Redemption, we got to the task at hand. Sapphire escorted me to the teleportation chamber and managed to start me off with a few details before I met with Guildmaster Matcham of the group Kara and I told you about from Mossstone. The facts thus far. 6 or 7 days ago, the Mossstone group returned from an excursion to retrieve a seemingly magical weapon up for grabs as a prize in Eternity in another realm. The weapon once belonged to the Tabaxi member of the Mossstone group, Master Antonio. Shortly after their return, the Guild's divinations detected numerous Leth rifts opening simultaneously in different planes. Matcham dispatched 3 individuals to a total of 4 different locations to investigate, where they encountered light Leth presence, leaving a few members of the Guild, including the Mossstone group, to remain and defend the hall. No Leth infection forms escaped the scout groups, according to Matcham's report. That night, the remaining occupants of the Guild hall went to sleep. The Mossstone team, including Torval Sapphire, a Dwarven Smith, and a Durgar Smith. The Tortle Master Escher mentioned that he felt ill prior to falling asleep, suggesting that some of them did not go to sleep naturally. Antonio awoke first to a knock on his door, and a note claiming to be from the Durgar Smith, Master Bryn, to meet him in the training room. He entered to find his teammates, Escher, Torval, and the half-elven bard, Madame Serenader, tied to chairs in the middle of the room, asleep. He awoke them, and a rift opened through which 4 individuals identified as Leth agents: Breeze, Aldran, and 2 unnamed individuals, a blue-skinned tiefling and a large turtle, dragged an unconscious hostage, Bryn. The tiefling and the turtle were previously encountered at the aforementioned tourney, where they apparently stole the grand prize dagger and attempted to kill the Mossstone group during an exhibition bout. Aldrayan, the group had had dealings with before. More on that later. Of Breeze, all I recall is that they knew her by name somehow, and Antonio seemed particularly agitated by the topic. An exchange was proposed, Aldrayan trading Bryn for, quote, something that belonged to them. To press their claim, Leth-infected creatures were revealed to have been hiding within the room, seemingly ready to attack if they didn't comply. When the exchange took place, witnesses, Bryn in particular, say Torvald seemed sad but willingly left with the intruders. Everyone present confirms Torvald, as well as all of the Leth agents except for Aldran, seem to have, quote, black ichor coming from their eyes and ears. After the rift closed, all present, including the hostage Bryn, report hearing a voice in their minds stating, quote, we know all your secrets, and that it was, quote, going to spend time with its son. An inspection of the scene of the incursion showed nothing of note except for the lingering stench of decay. Magic examination showed no residue of the undead or the lower planes. The former hostage Bryn does not remember anything between going to sleep that night and waking up during the hostage exchange. The dwarven smith, Master Ogric, did not awaken during the event. Note that during my first interview he was heavy in drink, so I'm not confident in my read of his truthfulness at this time. I haven't yet spoken to Sapphire about her recollection of the night in question. To date, the guild has reported that the only items that seem to be missing belong to Torvald himself: his infamous single-man cart, a pony, his gear and weapons, and a set of armor that Smith Ogric was making for them. Note, Ogric seemed particularly upset by this theft, though perhaps it was the result of too much drink or a cover for other feelings. The final item missing, it seems, is a stuffed goblin toy, an object of magical power that has the capacity to come to life. It was described as being able to fight, and instead of dying, makes multiples of itself and to continue fighting. Escher used the term cursed, but so far he's the only one. Thus far, nobody else has noticed anything missing. A search of the room Torvald used didn't reveal anything obvious, though it did show signs of disturbance. Furniture was moved, frequently by the scratches in the floor. The bed was rumpled but didn't look slept in. The furniture, while disordered, didn't seem like there was a struggle. Upon questioning, Escher and Antonio each offered 2 additional anecdotes that may be relevant. At the mention of the disembodied voice after the incursion ended, Antonio mentioned that Torvald had been, quote, talking to his father for an unspecified period of time prior to the incursion. I take his meaning to be that Antonio assumed Torvald was talking to no one, but may in hindsight have been talking to someone he simply wasn't aware of. In addition, both Escher and Antonio relayed an event that happened nearly 10 days ago. Torvald was missing for several hours and was found outside in the rain, just within the tree line of the Neverwinter woods surrounding the guild house. Torvald seemed disoriented, more so than is typical, and agitated by, quote, eyes. He repeatedly asked to see Antonio and Escher's eyes, though at the time they didn't seem to understand why. Examination of the area was unremarkable. No residue of magic of the undead or the lower planes remained. Thus far, nobody else has reported anything unusual prior to Torvald's departure, though given his normal behavior, it's difficult to be sure. Bryn and Ogric were recently with Torvald at the Baldur's Gate during a pub crawl, but didn't seem to notice anything amiss. They also don't recall seeing anything unusual or noticing Torvald meeting anyone. The rest of the guild members have yet to return, so interviews with them are still pending. Antonio also mentioned damage to a lock in one of the teleportation chambers, and that only one displayed such damage. A circle used, at least recently, as a destination for teleportation spell users that aren't paired to a circle. During conversations, Matrim and the Milestone group provided me copies and communiques that they've been finding at various Leth sites. I believe they've been forwarding this information to us already, but just in case they haven't, I provided a complete text here and the translated versions as well. When asked, nobody has yet offered a guess as to what secrets Torvald might have provided to the Leth or offered a suggestion as to why they go to so much effort to claim him. Additional facts. Another visitor arrived shortly after I did, an individual the rest of the group seemed to know as Ash. He had some interesting insights into the Leth, which he said came from a book he found hidden within a location I will not record on paper for safety. He was specific in his description of the book being hidden or otherwise concealed, though. Ash's analysis indicated the book, which had no title and seemed to be a personal journal or research book of some kind, was at least a century old and mentions the Leth specifically. According to his research, there are two different types of Leth. The type that we're already familiar with, which captures, converts, and transmutes creatures by force and takes over their bodies in a way that's not unlike a mind flayer, and what Ash described as an infiltrator, a creature that's capable of entering the target's brain and interacting with the host while using them as a spy. He said the infiltrator didn't directly take over the host, at least not immediately, and instead of manipulating the victims mentally, presented itself as someone the individual knows and altering their perceptions. He indicated that one telltale is the black ichor may be visible in the eyes and ears of the victim that is under the influence of an infiltrator Leth, but is one way or another resisting the transformation. It's worth noting that while Ash offered this detail in answer to a leading question by Escher, reference to black ichor leaking from the eyes and ears was also included in Ash's notes, which he did not alter or record while at the table with us. Ash's research also included a possible cure for the victim of an infiltrator Leth, though according to his record, it had only been attempted once and ended in the victim succumbing to the Leth parasite. The ritual itself is highly obfuscated, according to Ash. The steps are not only written in different languages, but are in some cases encoded. He seemed to think the author may have been a servant of the Leth, but was trying to hide information from them, perhaps as a mole. Currently, he has identified 3 of the 4 necessary components for this ritual, though is not clear on their meaning or identity either. Quote, blood from a willing host, secretions from a creature with a similar name, and psychic thread of a fate weaver. He was gracious enough to provide a copy of his notes, which I placed inside here for your review. He could not, however, provide further detail on the book itself, and given the nature of the investigation, I thought it wise not to press him for information that could, inadvertently or on purpose, lead the Leth to it. Ash also mentioned somewhat in passing that he was free of the ritual that the guild members take, though he didn't elaborate. He also mentioned several times that the Leth go to places between, which I don't believe is a reference to the astral plane or any other intermediary we're currently monitoring. Interpreting blood from a willing host to mean Uldran, as the only one that assaulted the guild hall that did not have black ichor in his eyes, an alleged sign of resistance to Leth control, Antonio, Escher, Sarah, and myself went to the cave where they first encountered and defeated the wizard, while waiting for the rest of the guild members to return for further interviews. We found the cave empty, though en route we encountered what I believe is a Nergalid. Its distance, approximately a day walk from the cave in question, may just be a coincidence, but I can't rule it out. It, as well as the remains of its recent victims, have been slain. Save for the remains of the wizard Uldrain's writings, I found little of interest beyond old, dried samples of what may be his blood. Perhaps I've missed something, so I took all of his writings and rolled them up in my pack for your review. Upon leaving the cave, we received word via Sending Stone that there was an emergency, so we're double timing it back to the guild hall now. We should arrive tomorrow. Supposition. Based on references to Torvald speaking to his father prior to the incident. The incident outside the guild, where he became disoriented and was questioning people's eyes. The presence of black ichor running from his eyes and ears, his apparent reluctance to leave with the Leth agents, and revelations that Leth are capable of disguising themselves as people a victim knows. I think it's reasonable to suggest that Torvald was, and may still be, an unwilling victim of the Leth instead of a collaborator. It doesn't diminish any damage he may have done, but it does change our responsibility to him. Additionally, as black ichor is suggested to be a sign of resistance on the part of the victim, it's possible that not only Torvald, but several other agents of the Leth are not beyond saving. If you think it's worth the risk, I volunteer to try and recover as many victims as possible. It may present a strategic opportunity to seize the initiative. If the Leth are willing to go through this much trouble to claim him, they may be willing to prevent losing control of Torvald to this ritual as well. Knowing where and when the Leth may strike may provide us an opportunity to lay an ambush. References to the Leth using rifts to travel places in between may confirm what we've already speculated thus far about the inability to identify a central area that they're coming from. It may be that they're merging into some area or some subplane that we don't have access to yet. Reading of the messages the Hall of Redemption has found in various Leth sites, they seem to use several titles that may be identifiers we can exploit. The Willing, by all appearances, seems to be a reference to Uldran. It's unclear what the other titles represent, though. If Aldran really is the willing, perhaps the other titles too are suggestive of their role or nature. The guild has floated the possibility that they've already killed one or more of these individuals in the cave in Mossstone, but I'm not sure I agree with this. My gut tells me that the three individuals that accompanied Aldran, Breeze, the Tiefling, and the Turtle, may be the same individuals referenced in the first note. The second note mentions an unnamed fourth, which may be a reference to Torval. It certainly could be a reference to the assault on Aldran's hideout, though I'm sure Loralis will say I'm jumping to conclusions again. Another message from Aldran, which I do not have a copy of at this time, seems to have been the root of the guild's interest in Mossstone. It referenced a creature within the Neverwinter Woods, which they've dealt with, creatures in the forest of Tethir, and constructs in the Small Teeth. The Mossstone group mentioned the Iron Snakes were interested in something in the Small Teeth and were looking for recruits, and as far as I could tell during my brief stopover in Baragost, they're still looking. It might be worth looking into. At this point, I'd like to draw your attention to one specific note, mentioning a successful attack. It mentions that, quote, one of many that seek what is ours has been struck down, and that, quote, the place where they were taken worries the writer because, quote, strange forces seem to protect it. This, along with a reference to giant protectors, leads me to believe the letter is referring to us, to the attack on Mossstone and specifically to Kara, who was taken to the Archdruid Grove, which is protected by the Becloaked. The giant protectors are possibly the large Preleth creatures the guild was investigating when I arrived. Outstanding questions and concerns. If my read is right, and the letter is referencing us, either directly or indirectly, what are we seeking that is rightfully theirs? Does this make any sense to you? Who or what is this queen they mention? And more troublingly, is it an even more advanced form of the true Leth the Mossstone group already faced? What is this stuffed goblin toy Escher in particular seems to think is cursed? Does it have anything to do with the Leth? Is this how they first began turning Torval against the others? Lastly, this may be a problem for another day, but I'm greatly troubled by this dagger that they were describing, the object that lured the Mossstone group to another plane. Antonio described it as something that, to paraphrase, should not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. The others seem to agree, and it worries me, having seen these folks in action, what they must consider something too dangerous to allow to fall in the wrong hands. I suggest we keep an eye on this. I'll try to learn more while I'm here, but if it's really that bad, we may need to consider extending an offer to contain it or destroy it. The goblin, too. The gods themselves know we already have enough threats to worry about right now than losing track of possibly two very dangerous magical objects.
Very thorough.
Yay.
Much more different than a Torval one.
Oh, do you want a Torval one? I was
Nope.
here, now I'm there now. Stuff happened to things. The end.
All right, well, go ahead and take your inspiration.
Yay.
There we go.
Spy.
I was almost on the wrong layer, and I almost started moving the guild house.
I'm going to say it right now. I wanted to be thorough so that people could go back and use that as a reference if we wanted to unravel any more, because that was everything that Barian gleaned from the interviews from that one day. So it'll be easier to find that than to dig through episodes and try to find specific pieces of information.
Yep. Okay, well, yeah. So last session started with a time skip, 2 days after Torval left the team with the allied, the group allied to the Leth, and upon finding out that pretty much everything that Torval owned was gone, including his cart and Almakerb and Lynn, and finding that one of the doors to a teleportation circle was broken, the group waited for anybody else to come back from the guild house, mainly Matchroom, so they could talk about what had happened. And eventually he did come home. They met him in the library, and after talking for a couple minutes, there was a knock at the door, and in came Sapphire, who she was guiding Barian, who had been asked to come to the guild to help out find what's going on. After Barian talked to both the party and Matrim, getting some questions, he wanted to go ask some people that were there that night and was able to talk with Bryn and Ogric, and check out the site of where Torval had left to see if he could sense anything. Eventually, people briefly retired to their rooms before Matrim called them back to the library, to where an old party member, Ash, had come back to get some information that he had found from Candlekeep. Information that talked about a new kind of leth that he found in what seemed to be a personal diary from at least 100 years ago. Talking about a leth that instead of covering their head would go in through, like, into the creature and take over its brain, and would coerce them to let it stay there and not worry about it by saying that it's someone that they know. Upon the infiltrator eventually trying to take full control, the host, if unwilling, would suddenly start leaking some black ichor through its ears and its eyes. Realizing that they saw not only Torval doing this, but Breeze, Thexus, and Kriak, but not Old Drayan, they believe that there may be a way to save Torval, to which Ash said that in the same journal there mentioned a cure, at least a ritual to try to cure. He did mention that it had only been attempted once, and the one time it happened, it had failed, and the host was lost. He provided you with 3 ingredients while he was trying to figure out what the 4th ingredient was, being the blood of a willing host, secretions from a creature of the same name, and a psychic thread from a Fate Weaver, which no one had any clue what that was. Matrim said that he would ask people from various realms in the guild house to see if they knew anything about what that might be as they came in. Excuse me. And the group decided that it might be a good idea to try to go to the cave where they had first struck down Eldrayan and see if there was anything left there. After walking for a couple days, they encountered a large frog fiend and a bunch of zombies. After dispatching the whole group, including some of the zombies that exploded upon death, the party continued on and made it to the cave where they had first found Eldrayan when they had been trying to save Jackson. They got into the cave, did some investigations. Barian took whatever various writings were still left there, and both Antonio and Barian got some type of blood samples. Antonio found some on a shirt, and Barian found some dried blood that he was able to scrape into a bottle from his alchemist kit, I think it was. Herbalist kit, something like that. Yeah. And then upon leaving the cave, Antonio got a message on the Rakitaki that his mentor, who had been helping out the guild by scout out the sharp teeth, had all of a sudden messaged in saying the words trouble, help, and a leth. And Matrim had said that it sounded like that she was running, but that's all that was able to be heard. The group then hurried on as fast as they could back to the guild house, and it would be about midday that you guys had walked in and entered the guild house. What do you do?
What time is it, roughly?
About midday.
Okay.
About lunchtime. Which, with your keen smell that you have, you can smell that there's fresh food right now. And you'd probably hear like the clinking of plates and silverware and some light chatting in the mess hall.
Yeah, so Antonio, as they're kind of walking in, he'll like half pause for a second as he's walking in and just gesture towards the door into the mess hall and say, "It smells like there's food, and sounds like there's people, so if we want to head in." And he'll just start making his way in.
I've got some people to talk to, so sounds like a good idea.
That's what I figured.
Okay. Asher, you need to move.
Mm.
Well, I need to reveal people. I was literally
Why are people in my seat?
I was literally in the process of highlighting everybody in there so I could take them off the GM layer.
You just run into the.
You
into
just
the
sat on
dungeon,
Pontus.
Just sat on him. That's something
I've
that
been
Torvald would
really
do.
good this year. I would like a turtle for my
Right.
pet friend.
Another one? Turtle
I'd like a turtle, and then Sarah casts polymorph on you, turning into a turtle.
No, I didn't say I want to be a turtle. Turtle.
So these are the people currently in the mess hall that you see. Switch back to the layers. There we go. As you come in, Matcham finishes eating some food, and he sees you guys. Glad to see you guys back. Sarah, Tug wanted to see you downstairs about something that you left for him. And Antonio and Escher, Bryn wanted to see both of you.
Sarah, as soon as she hears Tug wants to see me, gone. Just poof. Gone.
Asher will acknowledge that and grab some food and sit down and have a bit of a lunch before heading down.
Antonio
Shit,
will
that
do
means-
the same, seeing Escher's kind of waiting on it.
That means that we have to loop you into the entire fucking conversation that I have with Sapphire.
Sapphire.
And Antonio can hear it from across the room anyway.
I guess that's true. Why did we do that in the Torvald channel? Why didn't we just? Why as well just done that in the open?
Because I thought that they'd hear that they have new toys and go, ooh, new toys.
Sarah took one bite out of her food before she left. So there's a pile of just a full plate of food there.
I mean, he could always wait until they leave to talk to her. He could have his
Now
own-
that I know he wants to talk to her, I'm going to stay.
Canonically, I don't have a reason to hide it.
Yeah, true.
Or have a reason to tell you to fuck off.
Yeah,
So real fast, just because it'll.
I don't. I
Sarah,
don't need a reason to tell people to fuck off, but that's more. I mean, it is more in line. I told people to fuck off before, but usually I have a reason. Usually it's because they're being a prick.
Okay. So Sarah, you go downstairs and are able to get over to Tug. You're gonna move yourself over. Tug's in the bottom. He's the turtle.
Tug!
Just start
He kind of
shouting.
jumps. I was like,
Start-
he kind of jumps. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, Sarah screams Tug. And super happy, all chipper.
Okay, yeah, Tug jumps a little bit in his chair. And turns over to you. Sarah. Glad you're back. And he'll get up from his seat and walk over to this table where there is currently a cloth covering something up.
What you got, Tug?
And he uncovers it, and you see a bagpipe.
Sarah
No.
screams in joy.
The
Absolutely
bag of it-
screams in joy.
The whole hall begins to shake with the power of squeeze.
the bag of it, the same color, blue as your hair, and
Oh
then
my.
all the pipes and everything made from the spider legs, so they have the white with like the blue kind of veins throughout them.
Okay, that's actually pretty fucking cool.
I just realized the end of my conversation with Sapphire is going to be a little more interesting with Escher sitting here.
Yeah, well, I was reading that. I was like scroll back through our stuff
Yep.
so I can at least like answer how she answered, and I'm like, oh yeah, that part. Okay. And he says, yeah, it wasn't that hard to do actually, and even though you technically didn't have to pay me because you're a guild member, I decided to add some things to it.
You didn't.
He
Racing the
smiles. He
tribes.
goes, he goes, no, this, you will have to, attune to the item, spend about an hour with it, and get
What?
attuned to it.
What do you mean?
Go up in your room, sit on your bed with it in your lap for about an hour, and just think about the songs you want to play with it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But I've heard while talking to some of the other members that have witnessed how you work in when you're fighting things, and this thing will give you a little bit more oomph for your loud spells.
All of her spells are loud in one way or another, either visually or audibly.
Go on.
And he'll go, well, he actually will hand you a neatly written note card. He goes, this is everything that it should be able to do for you.
Okay. Sarah opens up the note card and starts reading it right there.
Okay. If you want to refresh your character page, you will see a new item in your equipment. Those were fun.
Refresh. Inventory. What?
Mm-hmm.
One. What? Are you kidding me? This is fucking awesome. Sarah, squeeze. Absolutely. Yeah! Yeah! Hugs. Bear hugs tug. Or in this case, turtle hugs. Tug.
Yep.
And just starts jumping down. Just like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And she grabs the bagpipes. And she's about to leave his area, but she goes back for another hug, but with the bagpipes, and then she runs off into outside. She can still go outside, right?
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
are
just
in.
bolts outside.
All right.
Actually, you know what? Can I change that? Can I change that? I think Sarah would do something a little bit more different. Actually, now that I think
Okay.
about it, she immediately starts playing. And walks away.
All right.
Antonio, after hearing the squeals and now an approaching bagpipe, he shudders noticeably.
Still loading D&D Beyond.
It's in your inventory, and once you've taken the time to attune to it, you can hit the attune button, and it'll add all the fun stuff.
He will also ask the Drow brothers if either of them have a way to deafen him for a little while Sarah plays this bagpipe.
See, it's not bad playing. It's actually good playing.
He doesn't like bagpipe. The playing is irrelevant.
Not many people like bagpipes.
And those that do probably don't like them for very long. At least I don't. Even when they're breathing fire. Yes, I've seen that meme before.
And they're looking at it, they're like, I mean, we could cast a silence spell, but then you wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Well, when she gets here, you can let me know how you're feeling about that.
Okay, so you head outside though.
Yeah, she's playing Pirates of the Caribbean theme song essentially.
That would be an interesting one to hear on a bagpipe, I think. I don't know if it's interesting enough for me to look it up.
It's in the playlist.
I don't know if it's interesting enough.
Music,
I don't know if it's interesting enough for me to look it up.
Okay. So are you gonna go outside and actually do what Tug said and?
No, she's
Sit
just gonna
with it?
play outside.
No, she's just gonna play.
outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
Sarah's
that's-
attuning to
that's how
something,
she's-
especially if it's
Yeah.
an instrument, is her playing it and like.
I mean, it is
practicing
taking.
with it.
I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't count that as like too strenuous. So
Mhm.
as long as you're gonna be out there playing for about an hour with it, I will count it as a tuning.
Oh, hours.
Oh.
Out plural.
Well, after the first hour, you the tune. So go ahead and hit your attune button. So you're outside doing that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put you back in the foyer for now. Oh. There we go. You others in the mess hall?
He's literally just eating before he heads down.
Same here.
I
So
don't
what
imagine it'll take very long.
are we just gonna read through this then?
Might as well.
Might as well. Okay.
I figured
So
we were
when-
just gonna get like a copy paste. Just let us know what happened.
I mean, it might actually not be as easy as that. It's not a short conversation.
No.
Shouldn't take too long. Bro. Okay. And we just want to read through it, and Baron will come up with a little plate of food. Good morning, madam. Would it be an imposition if I joined you?
Sapphire looks up at you. Not at all.
And then Escher just plops himself down, I guess.
No, yeah, basically.
Like, no, yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. Let's be honest.
Well, I'm glad I could chat with you before we left again. I wanted to thank you. I have you to thank and your patron for the easy road back to the gate the other day.
She nods. Yeah, I thought I'd try to help you if I could.
Well, I'm grateful to you and the traveler for every little favor. Would that all the roads are that smooth, huh? Is this world still interfering with your connection to her?
I think you might have me mixed with Kishara. She's a cleric of the Traveler. My deed is Avandra. As for connection, it isn't that bad. It's just the first time that I had that succeed.
Oh, well, I thought I heard her called one of her divine titles was the Traveler. I'm sorry about that. Gods of our world love adding titles to themselves. It's hard to keep track of them sometimes. Tyr, at least, is easy to keep up with. Maimed God, even-handed, just God. My people have been having similar problems communicating with their gods, despite how close our world is to this one.
Kind of nodding along. And Avandra's titles aren't too bad. Changebringer, She Who Makes the Path. Pretty simple. The Traveler is even more so. He's just the Traveler. Kind of a lesser-known god.
Speaking of change, I meant to ask about your new telepath. The voice in my head that was there when I arrived, I didn't recognize it.
Oh, kind of looks between you and Asher sitting across
Now
there.
looking at Escher, that one makes a little more sense now.
Technically, I'm not allowed to talk about that. It would be a match or Renesh question. Some changes that they've been trying to implement to help the safety of the house.
Well, they did start it by talking to me first, but I'm not gonna press you on it. I start flipping through my notebook, and then I'm gonna make you pay for your evasiveness now. I'm gonna ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. The night of the attack. What can you tell me about the day before Antonio, Escher, Sarah, and Torvald returned?
I almost spilled my coffee. Pretty average day, really. Was just helping Morks with some potion making and healing up Frag and Zontas after they had a little sparring match. Nothing too crazy.
You mentioned that when I got here, the guild detected rifts that Matrim sent teams to look into. Did you go with them, or were you here?
I was here. We always like to make sure to at least have one healer in the house if needed.
The rifts, were they detected before or after the team returned to the tournament?
A little bit after. Most of the house was eating dinner at the time, with just the people down in the lower basement still working on whatever projects they're doing. Like they always do.
They certainly seem to take their work seriously. It seems to me that Master Ogric was more upset about the armor he was working on than Torvald being taken.
I think it was a mix of both. That armor had been something that he had told Torvald he would work on with him, and then it was taken. Speaking of Ogric, he wanted to talk to you about something when you get the chance.
I'll make that a priority. And I wasn't judging. I'm a man, too. I know all the tricks we use to hide our feelings from others and from ourselves. So, you were here that night after the other guild members were sent to investigate the rifts?
I was. Finished dinner as the others were prepping to leave, and then eventually went to bed.
Did you notice anything strange, knowing what you know now?
Besides 4 portals and 4 different realms opening at the same time? No.
So you went to sleep? Any trouble sleeping? Strange dreams, maybe?
Nope. Slept like I always do.
When did you learn what happened?
That morning, a sleepy Escher and Antonio told me before they went to bed after staying up from the incident.
You didn't hear anything in the night?
With them in the 3rd basement and me all the way up on the 3rd floor, it would have taken something really loud to alert me.
Where's Bryn's room relative to yours?
Right next to it.
Frown a little as I'm taking a note. I imagine you know more about herbcraft than I do. When you woke up, did you maybe smell anything unusual? Feel anything odd after effects of a potion or a spell, maybe?
Nothing besides that lingering smell that we finally got out of the basement. Not sure what caused that smell of death and decay down there, but it is something I hope I don't have to smell again anytime soon.
Yeah, I smelled that too. I guess that's the creatures Aleth took over were pretty well dead. It might be a sign that they're undead or there's some kind of necromancy to allow them to continue using their bodies. How much interaction did you have with Torvald since he arrived?
Besides being the one that led his group to the house the first time here, he talked with Frag and I one night when they were having some downtime. He was very interested in searching for a hoots and headed out that night to try to find it. He didn't come back that day, and Antonio and Escher went to find him the next night. As far as I could tell, he had been out there for almost a whole day.
Did he seem different when he returned?
Besides being drenched from standing in the rain all day, I don't think so. Seemed like how he normally is.
I know I asked you this earlier, but it's been a couple of days since then. Have you noticed anything missing since I left?
Nothing besides Torvald's stuff.
Torvald stuff. I motioned towards Escher. Escher mentioned a stuffed goblin toy. Do you know anything about that?
Asher chuckles.
I briefly saw it every now and then when he'd walk around the house with it. One time I think it was walking itself.
How'd that make you feel?
I mean, it was a little strange, but I didn't see anything too bad about it. Just odd seeing a goblin toy walking and talking.
You didn't feel like it posed a threat?
She kind of smiles. No, it never seemed to want to hurt anyone. And she kind of briefly glances at you, Escher, besides Escher's feelings.
Uh-huh.
Barry
Escher continues eating.
Barry glances up and looks directly at Escher with this shit-eating grin starting to form on his face. Please do share.
I heard that it kept on calling him smelly and something about him spreading a disease that the goblin called Sam and Ella. Not sure why, but it liked to have fun pushing Escher's buttons.
Yeah, he pushed those buttons very well.
I'm looking directly at Escher. I'm not paying attention to Sapphire anymore at this point. So when Escher called it cursed, maybe he was being less than literal.
To which he smiles. Probably.
From across the room, Antonio just says, he's kind of an ass, but he got under Escher's skin pretty bad.
Well, this sounds like it's going to be a fun follow-up. It gets a little bit more serious. What about the dagger I keep hearing about? The one Antonio had taken from. What do you know about that?
Nothing really. I wasn't there when he got it, and I never actually saw him wield it. Kashar was there when he found it, but I think Zontis and Morks would be the ones that would know more. I believe it was from their realm.
Baron makes a couple more notes and then just sort of closes his notebook. So, personally, confidentially, just between the three of us, suddenly, what do you think all this means? What do you think's happening?
Truthfully, I'm not sure. Well, you all were headed to the cave. Matcham told us about the new, well, not new, but new to us, Leth. To think that there's one that can take someone over from the inside, that's scary.
Still, maybe it brings a ray of hope, maybe?
Knowing that there may be a way to get one of our people back does bring some hope.
Well, not just that. I've been thinking about it. So far, it sounds like Torvald had one of these left spies in his head. Nobody knows for how long, but based on what Antonio and Escher said, it might have been before Torvald disappeared into the woods. So, if the Leth can open up a rift anywhere they want, anytime, and Torvald was all by himself for who knows how long, why not take him then? Nobody would have ever known until it was too late. Why go through the trouble of staging a diversion, emptying out the hall, and taking a hostage to reclaim somebody you already have control of? Unless you aren't actually in control of them, or you're worried that they can resist enough to fight you without stacking the deck in your favor. I think that night was a bluff, in a way. I doubt he was bait, since they seemed to have control of the situation that night already, and could have made things far worse if they'd been powerful as they played. I think if they could have gotten Torvald to come on his own, they would have. I don't think they're as powerful as they seem right now.
And that makes sense. It could have been a way to secure him with minimal fighting, so they wouldn't lose, as many of those on their side.
Sounds like it's a bit of theater too. Otherwise, why not just take him in his sleep? Everyone here was asleep, and not even you heard Brent get taken captive right next door. So they had the means. Clearly, the flair for the dramatic is going to cost them dearly, I think. If they'd taken him quietly in the forest when he was alone, I think people would have assumed he just wandered off. He does that. But seeing him get taken the way that he did hit the rest of these guys pretty hard. They seem pretty motivated right now, and that's probably going to be the last thing the Leth would actually want.
Let's hope so. I'd love for us to really be able to hit them back.
Through that portion of the conversation, Escher's fork has not left his plate. Neither has Escher's gaze, but it's very, very obvious he's intent in listening to this portion and thinking it over as well.
If I have anything to say about it, we'll be taking more than just Torvald from him. If what the wizard said is true and seeing black ichor is a sign that the victim is resisting the Leth, then the rest of them may not be beyond saving either.
Well, let's hope so. If they are resisting and we can free them, it means the possibility of having more people that are willing to fight them.
At the very least, it's denial of enemy resources.
That too.
I should probably go talk to Ogric and at least Neshik. I don't know when you're planning on leaving towards Escher and Antonio on the far end of the room.
Escher kind of looks up and goes, well, after I'm done eating, so looking at his plate, he goes, probably in a couple minutes.
I better get moving then. To Sapphire, do you need anything from me?
Think so. If I need to ask anything, you know that I can get in contact with you. And she taps her head.
Baron picks up his plates. Yeah, I need to relearn that spell myself someday. It's been a long time. I'm out of practice. Fair winds to you then. And then to Asher, I'll come find you after I'm done talking to Ogric and hopefully Neshik first.
Sounds good, sir.
And Baron doesn't.
That's fine.
Baron strolls. He's also faster than Toro. He's faster by 5 feet.
Huh.
Poor Antonio.
He quickly
That's what Antonio
finishes
said.
eating and then looks at everyone and says, in order to get away from that noise, I don't know if you guys can hear it, I'm gonna go to the basement.
I completely missed what you were head grabbing for. Now there it is. Okay,
No.
I see it. Let's hope there's not a random encounter in this coming up here, Sarah. You're gonna start burning some high level spells, just practicing.
Okay, so you go down to talk to Ogric. Up in the mess hall, what are you guys doing?
Once Antonio starts taking off downstairs, I'll follow him down, and I think we're both heading to Bryn, correct?
Correct. Yeah, Antonio's gonna start eating faster because, God, fuck no.
But there's nowhere in this building that's safe. It just reverberates, doesn't it?
That's why he's going to the basement, because maybe, just maybe, it's got some sound dampening.
Hopefully, there's not a lot of bass in that bagpipe.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's in that backpack. Okay, so you guys head downstairs, and actually, when you get to the third basement and start heading, which would be your right towards the smithing areas, you both hear this way, and Bryn is over by the training area.
Good afternoon, Bryn. Hopefully the day's finding you well.
And compared to when you guys were last here, it'd be like 5 to 6 days because of the travel to the thing. She looks a lot more happier than she did that last time you talked to her.
Justifiably.
Because yeah, I'm doing good. I have finished up a bunch of my projects and just ready to show them off.
Sure nods as if he understands what she's talking about.
What was that, Chris?
I said Escher nods as if he understands what she's talking about. He's got a lot on his mind currently, but...
And she goes, well, actually, Escher, I will start with you. And there's a bundle wrapped up. And she goes, yours won't take as long as Antonio's. And she undoes a bundle, and in a sheath, you see a sword that has a bit of a curve to it.
Ooh.
With the handle wrapping that you asked for, with the stamping.
Escher is just lost in emotion and like in awe of this item. He goes, "You made it."
Because yeah, I believe you had wanted to possibly help me, but I got into work mode and literally hammered this thing out.
Escher laughs and he goes, "That's extremely impressive." He goes, "The people I've seen attempt to make these, the amount of work that goes into them is baffling." And he's just in awe, examining every square inch of this item before taking it out of the sheath.
Okay, and you take it out, and it, like the workmanship on like the blade itself, like you can see like the folds and everything like that. Which the folds themselves, on close inspection, you can kind of see almost like a slight like ember glow to them, very slight.
Interesting. What I'm just blown away. Thank you so much. This is a work of art.
Yeah, I tried, and I know that reading that information you gave me, I do know that it normally takes a while, but I don't know if you noticed, but things down in the smithing area have a way of getting done a little faster than usual.
He chuckles and he goes, "Yeah, I've noticed every once in a while that things go at their own pace." Um, he'll step back a couple paces and give it a few swings and get a feel for its balance and all that fun stuff.
Okay. You will, if you want to refresh your page, you will now see a new item that I have equipped on there.
Huzzah!
I assume katana, not scimitar.
It is a katana.
So you're just one step closer to being all of the Ninja Turtles all at once now.
Oh, when he first
Nunchucks-
requested it, I already mentioned that
nunchucks in
to
size.
him. I already mentioned that to him.
I'll give it a few swings and
Antonio's
draw
like,
and
why
put
does it
back
sound
into
like
the
there's
sheath.
2 of them?
His tenseness seems to go down slightly.
So you have fun with that, Asher.
Oh, I absolutely will.
And she kind of waves like the training dummies that are around. She goes, "Go ahead and smack them around."
Oh, I will definitely give it a few swipes here.
All right, and then Antonio, she actually has 2 different bundles. One of them about the same size as the one that Escher had.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, "I finished yours. You asked about it right before you guys left the cave."
Right.
And she opens it up, and also in a sheath also is the weapon that you requested. This one having
kind of like take it out and just start like playing with it, checking balance and all that stuff.
And you see the black blade looks just like the claws.
Mm-hmm. Or that's what Escher sees.
Yeah.
Claws?
Meow.
Yep.
Yep.
Like one of the claws that he seems to use all the time as a dagger, except this time it's a long, thin, piercing blade similar to the one that he used when you guys first met.
Ooh, snazzy.
Yeah. And she goes, "And I got you a second thing. There's actually a combination of effort between me and something that you requested from Tug about 2 weeks ago. And I really wanted to help because I know how you felt after that dagger got stolen from you."
Mm-hmm.
And so I decided to kind of one up the I don't know, the coolness of it. And she unwraps a pair of bracers. She goes, "Now these won't give you any defenses. But when you attune to them, they will allow you to..." Actually, I have to read exactly how many. There we go. Each bracer the rest of it contains a small pocket plane, kind of like your bag of holding.
Okay.
And each one of them can hold 5 weapons.
And he like makes a motion of like both hands, like each one.
She nods and smiles. Mm-hmm.
Oh, and he just rubs his hands excitedly.
And she goes, "And like that belt you had requested, should you throw something, after it connects and does whatever damage, or misses, it'll pop back into the pocket plane it belongs in.
Oh boy.
And she'll go ahead and hand that over to you too.
Excited.
Because yeah, so you asked for things and we worked on them.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited to test these out.
Yeah, go ahead and if you want to test out your new rapier too on some of the test dummies, go ahead, and then obviously take your time to do your things with your bracers. And I'd say as Sarah's doing her songs and the other two are testing out their new toys, Barian, this would give you a chance to go through all the rest of your stuff without us having to go word for word with it.
Yeah, I was about to go down here and just while you guys are talking.
Escher instantly runs over to Barian.
No.
What you talking about?
No, I don't want to act. I'm getting tired of reading my dialogue back. I feel like a school play. I'm just reading from the script right here.
Yeah, so you guys get a chance to test out your new stuff. Barian, you get to go through all the things that we had done. Sarah is playing her music. Fun. Yep. Having fun with her new toy. And now I guess her other things.
Gross.
She hasn't quite had the time or the thought to play with any of her flutes, so she's playing with her flutes. Sarah's just being Sarah, essentially.
Anybody surprised about that?
Nope.
I'd be worried if she was anybody else.
About it.
Escher, for one, is very thrilled with his new gift.
Antonio is fucking stoked. Requires attunement by a rogue named Antonio.
Yeah. Well, the bagpipes say requires attunement by a bard named Sarah, I believe.
Terrific.
Mine doesn't say anything special.
You haven't gotten your personalized item yet.
I haven't what?
You haven't gotten your personalized item yet.
Oh. Oh.
You will when it gets time.
Indeed.
The
Escher's just thrilled to have a sword.
Oh.
I would say, I swear they do. If you click on them, it should say...
Yeah, it does. I was looking in the wrong spot.
Okay, so you guys go and take your time doing whatever.
Stuff and things.
Mm-hmm.
So Antonio spends the time to attune to the bracers. He drops the wand for now. He puts the bullet dagger in one hand, the +1 dagger in the other, and just kind of like fills the rest of the space with all of his T-Rex claws and other daggers.
How long are you going to be in the pit, Antonio?
I mean, he'll play with the rapier for a bit and then leave to go attune, and then he'll probably just like go outside and practice throwing at like a bunch of random trees out in the back.
Now, I will always say, Antonio, just so you know, this doesn't just have to hold daggers.
Horse.
It says weapons.
It does.
Did you just say horse?
He just pulls a horse. Pulls a horse out of his. He's like a magician.
Oh, I have to find the video like later. Maybe when we take our 10-minute break or whatever. Oh crap! What are their names? The people who do NPC.
The NPC one.
Yeah, the NPC guys, the English guys, they did one that talks about a pocket horse. How like in
Horse.
MMOs they just pull out a horse.
So as you're loading up your gloves with your weaponry, you see Escher sheath his new sword and just go running.
You just go running?
Yeah. Yeah, because he remembered he has a couple scrolls up in his room of things he would like to put into practice.
What? I'm confused.
I don't know.
He's purposely not telling us.
He doesn't want us to
because
know, yeah.
He doesn't want us to know.
He doesn't want us
It really has nothing to do with you guys. It has everything to do with his morning routines that he would like to learn and practice and put into his
Oh,
meditation.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. No, this is purely his personal stuff.
breakdancing, pizza making,
By the way,
skateboarding.
Steve, did you like it as soon as you got to floor B1, all of a sudden, poof, Neshik.
I didn't notice. I moved him immediately.
I saw as your person came up, I was like, boop, boop.
Yeah, well, since I don't have anything to attune to, I suppose I finished with my conversations a little bit before everyone else is.
I mean, but this would have given you the time to do all the conversations you did do
Yeah.
and have all stuff. So
Yeah, I would assume this is probably about 2-3 hours later. Like, because we'll just, like, fast forward through a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
In passing, he'll probably mention to everyone that he walks by in terms of, like, Escher, Barry, and Sarah that we should probably leave in the morning as opposed to, like, heading out immediately. But we should talk with Matrim before.
Escher very much agrees.
But he will also
Sarah will
go.
say, "Sure, whatever."
He'll also head to
Just-
the library and start researching things.
She's definitely gone a bit more emo lately.
Right?
You got a new toy, and she's playing with all of her new toys.
In that time, Escher will have found time to take a meditative short rest with his new sword in his lap. So that way he can do that.
that's why I gave you that, to make that easier.
Yay!
I saw that on this, and I was like, oh, that'll make it easy so I don't have to do anything special. Besides make the weapon.
Do I have to do anything specific with that, or is that just an automatic?
No, I believe
thing?
it literally just says, because of your... That's the wrong character. I think it just says, during a long or short rest, you just meditate over the weapon or something like that. Whenever you finish a long or short rest, you touch one weapon, and then that weapon counts as a monk weapon until you switch to another one.
Okay.
It has to be a simple or martial that you're, and can't be
Okay.
considered heavy or like a special kind of weapon. So that's a martial. So
Yay!
yeah.
New toys.
I won that sneak attack damage again there, some. And you're one with
And
your
I get to
pierce-
reroll one of them.
only one.
Yep, but not the middle one.
The acid, yeah.
But
Okay, so yeah, you guys have your... You spend your time doing...
Better.
Stuff and things.
Yep, doing your whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized that when you choose which one of those you roll, do you see that you want to figure out which one you want to reroll? At least with that weapon,
What?
because that weapon's a 1d8, but your sneak attack's only a 1d6.
Priorities going to the rapier, secondaries going to the sneak attack, which is the opposite for
The dagger.
daggers.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, so you guys spend time. Do you go to Matron and say like, let's talk before?
I mean,
sometime tonight or something, or
as Antonio's kind of like going around, getting his stuff ready, updating his new items with his weapons. Like he'll mention to Matrim that potentially after dinner maybe a good time to kind of review things before they head out, because he's thinking leaving in the morning would be a good idea.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, so unless anybody has anything else big they're going to be doing, then we can fast forward to after dinner. And do you have a preference on where to have the meeting, Antonio? Since you're the one kind of setting it up.
Not particularly. I mean, I would assume that we'd all be eating around the same time, and we can kind of just head up to either the library or Matrim's or whoever's. Doesn't matter to him.
He'll offer that. I mean, just meet in his room. Which Antonio knows that means there's booze.
He does. He's well aware of that.
I mean, Escher would be too, because. Yeah, so once it hits after dinner, y'all would meet up into his room.
Begrudgingly.
I mean, you don't have to go.
You don't. Antonio just let you know that's where they're going to be and what's going to be going on. It was mostly just to let you know we're leaving tomorrow so you can play with your new things.
As soon as it became clear that we weren't leaving tonight, I removed my armor.
Antonio still has not, and he does not.
That full plate gets heavy after a while.
Fair.
And it's still, this suit's still new, so it's starting to chafe after a few days on that.
You guys will notice when we go to dinner, there are significantly less weapons just thrown across Antonio's body.
So Brandon, with that new feat, does that in any way affect the hit die, or is it still just a standard +1 to my attack rolls?
That one it's a +1 weapon, so it should already be set. It's literally, I just took a longsword +1, changed its name to a katana.
Gotcha.
And gave it a special name that she named it. And then added in that note. But you should be able to, once it's equipped, just press it with the same attack button like you do with your other things.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
And should that certain circumstance happen, then you know.
What?
It shatters, and you cry. That's what he said.
No.
I was tempted to do that just for fun. That if you rolled a 1 too many times, it would just.
Bryn, this thing is crap.
I think I got a sword in my eye.
So if people are going to meet up there, Antonio, where are you?
I honestly do not know.
You're still down in the pit.
Still in the pit.
Okay. He's like, I lost my character.
I moved around without dragging him anywhere for whatever reason. Mentally, I'm like, oh, move to the library because that's where he would have been in a little bit of the meantime.
Shift. So everybody's there. Yeah. Baron already made his way into the room.
I mean, I figured we were just going to stage in the room. I didn't figure everyone was going to stage outside the room. I wouldn't have just walked in and go, hey guys, what's up? I'm leaving chairs open, but I'm also sort of, I'm it's very obvious that once in a while, my eyes drift over to the portrait of the Dragonborn up there.
Quap face.
Quap
I,
face.
I think the only one that technically does not know the name, actually, because I don't think I did this previously. Sarah.
Hmm.
I know you're gonna laugh because you do every time. Can I have you roll me an intelligence check?
Yeah.
There's a button on my
know.
sheet.
You never know.
You never know. You
You know,
get a 20.
that's not bad. I will give this to you real fast. I'll message you. There we go. Okay, so as everyone's coming in, Matron will offer you all a drink if you want one.
Antonio will graciously accept.
Which there's already
As well
there's
as-
already he has one in his hand, and there's already a second one on the table for Antonio
Yep.
because he knows that that's going to happen no matter what. So he already has that prepped. Give one to Escher.
Probably
Varian?
just one for Varian.
Pretty good whiskey. Sarah, did you take a drink at all?
She would ask for a vodka cran.
Where do you get cranberries in Neverwinter these days?
Hold on. One sec.
She mostly says it as a joke, but she won't take it.
I mean, Varian has prestidigitation. I can make it taste like there's some cranberry in there.
He goes and he'll put the whiskey ball down, kind of look in his drawers, and we're all out.
Oh well.
So, what would you guys like to talk about?
Asher
you
takes
brought
drink
us up
and kind
here.
of shrugs.
So, have we gotten any other information about the sharp teeth, or it was just the sudden message that she needs help?
Last thing I heard was what I told you. It was, you could tell as she was running as she was trying to contact us. She has one of the stones. I provided her with one before I sent her out there to make it easier for her to keep in contact with us.
Right.
Sounded like she was running, and she said, "Trouble, help," and Aleph. But it was, yeah, I haven't heard since that.
Okay. Now, are we gonna be taking any of the teleporters back, or are we just hoofing it?
I mean, we have the.
Take the
we have the-
teleporter to Baldur's Gate.
He does a little. Just points at Varian.
Varian's like, I just did this trip. I feel like I'm just going to be starting right back where I was a couple weeks ago.
That's what I was curious, just confirming.
Otherwise, that's a long trek.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
Providing
guys.
some-
If we have to walk it, I'll provide the entertainment. We'll make it go by real quick.
It might also,
Teleporting it
hope-
is.
if you've got resources, they've got plenty of horses for sale in the gate. It might make the trip a lot easier for these folks. Because otherwise, it's going to be a couple of, a good 10-day before we get to the small teeth, depending on where this person is at.
She was in the, as far as I know, in the forest there. So
Right. Well, it's a big forest.
Yeah.
And without a cart slowing us down, this will be a lot faster anyway.
Faster with horses.
Exactly.
when Antonio makes a comment about not having a cart, Azure kind of lets out a sigh, kind of sad sigh.
When he says it, it's not like, well, at least we don't have a cart. It's like, well, we don't have a
Fucking
cart,
stumpy
so-
dwarf. I was slowing us down.
There's like a little
Small
bit of a
motherfuckers,
sourness in
tiny
him
little
saying
legs.
Tiny little stump legs. Beard dragging on the ground. Always have to pick it up.
By the way, Chris,
Yeah.
the regular version is a lot better.
Okay, good. I'll have to find it
Yeah.
then.
Yes, I can provide you guys with money for horses. That's not an issue.
Even better.
3. I can take care of that one myself.
Oh, okay, so I mean, other than that, we just probably have to load up on some basic supply shit to make sure we get there.
Question.
Yep.
I'm not trying to sound mean or anything at all. Sure, I like you and all. You're cool. But
Asher lays his hand on the
This-
handle of his new sword and says, "Choose your words wisely, my lady."
I am trying to choose my words wisely.
Did you just milady her?
Yeah,
But
I heard.
Should I now make you a fedora?
No.
but like,
you.
so you're big, you're strong, and you're awesome, and a horse is like totally like weak and scrawny.
Asher chuckles and he goes, "There are bigger horses than, little ones."
I mean, like, if they're anything like the size of that donkey, then
Well, horses are usually bigger than donkeys.
And what donkey are you talking about?
Yeah, who isn't
I
a
remember the
donkey
pony.
either?
I know, and that's what's funny about it.
Yeah.
Oliver was literally a pony.
Well, it's like now all I'm getting a flashback to that movie 13th Warrior, where all the Vikings are making fun of the Arabian horse, just calling it a dog. Woof woof woof.
okay.
We
There's-
will ask
that
the
everyone's
people
on the
who
same
sell
page.
horses what works best for someone of his stature.
I'm sure they'll have something.
I'm already on Google.
We got. I mean, there's draft horses. We could use spring for a heavy war
They
horse.
have
if
war
we really
horses,
need
yeah.
to. Yeah. I mean, it seems like a waste of training if you're not trained to actually take advantage of a war horse. But if you're worried about it carrying their weight, that's not going to be a problem. And if we really need to, I mean, oxen. And Baron sort of smirks. Now that would be a funny image.
I mean, an elephant too, but they're big, but they don't really do weight that well.
I don't.
Asher goes, "That's a bit overkill, I would think."
I'm not even sure what that is, but I don't remember seeing one in Baldur's Gate for sale.
I mean, technically, a war horse should be able to support Asher.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking in the third person now.
Clydesdale too. I mean, a draft horse is probably going to be a little bit slower, but we can make it work. That's actually not going to be that big deal.
Mm-hmm. It's
I
gonna
would
be
like
faster
a
no matter how you
Clydesdale.
slice it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least movement 50 or 60. I would just imagine.
Double the movement you guys had just to get to Mosto.
A Clydesdale would be very nice.
Yeah, so that's
So you're welcome for the suggestion, because otherwise I was going to leave you all in the dust,
Yeah. yeah. White.
and I might still.
probably.
Because yeah, I can provide you with those. Since you're not going to be as far away from one of our teleport circles as you were at Mostone, I'm not gonna give one of those scrolls to teleport back home because we've had to disable that circle anyway. So
Escher quietly goes, "Thank God."
so
Based on what Neshik said, it's probably best not to take the security risk at this point.
yeah, so that one has been disabled. So they won't be able to try to get in that way again.
Yeah, nobody found any
So
extra
refresh
damage
me.
on any of the doors, just to be certain.
No. Nope, just that one.
So the teleporter that we took in, did we take a teleporter out to Baldur's Gate the last time?
Yes.
That was a different. You guys teleported to Baldur's Gate last time, yeah.
Okay. So for Chris's reference, just so he understands, was that teleportation circle like in the receiving end, like in a secured area? Like how did that work?
It's in like a closet.
The warehouse it's
Yeah.
in is warded.
Mhm.
Since
Okay.
I just came through it,
Remember-
so I know that it's warded. So yeah, it's
You had to come through. It comes into the Baldur's Gate docks.
Gotcha. Okay. So none of this throwing down flu powder and yelling Diagon Alley.
No.
Okay. Diagonally.
I'm not sure that I would trust the GPS nav on that. Taking you to Taiwan. I didn't say Taiwan, you
No.
moron. Get your ears checked, Siri.
Because, yeah, I'll like I said, I'll provide you money. I believe that while you guys were gone, Morks and Sapphire were making some more health potions for the house, so you guys can get some of those if you need them.
Oh, speaking of,
Well, let's check
and he
my
kind of like looks
inventory.
over at Barian as well. We have some other just potions, fire breath, growth, aqueous form, whatever that is. So if we need to possibly use those, and he looks over at Escher, and we have the extra ambrosias as well. I didn't give those back, like I said.
Those will come in handy.
Yes, they will. And he looks over at Barian again. They effectively give you a full night's rest upon drinking it.
Well, that sounds like it could come in handy.
Yep, that's why I refuse to give them back to the tournament place.
I did set your potion master on a couple of new projects, but they're certainly not going to be done by tomorrow. Hopefully by the time we get back.
Hopefully.
Escher will also speak up and go, I did have a little bit of training in basic potion brewing, so worst case scenario, if we do need additional standard healing potions, I'm fairly familiar with that recipe by now.
Yeah, and we're absolute worst case, we can also get more materials as well if we take a minute to look around, because I know we found a couple on the way to the other camp, so.
And we'll certainly be passing through not only Baldur's Gate, where we'll be able to find anything we need there, but we'll at the very least hit Baragost on our way through to the Small Teeth.
Matcham looks at you. No, Barian. We're
Sharp teeth.
The forest is sharp teeth, not the small teeth.
Sharp teeth. That's what I said. I said sharp teeth. Listen, man, I don't know what's happening to Steve's brain. Steve's brain has been getting really mushed lately.
When you wake up in the morning, does your brain automatically go, Steve?
Steve's got a very specific case of COVID that just infects my intelligence score. It's been slowly dropping for no apparent reason. The Small Teeth is a set of mountains. That's why it was stuck in my head, because it's right above the Wheel Death. So
Yep.
Yeah. But of course, there is an in-lore reason for Barian to mix those up too. It's like I was just there too. Listen, I've been on the road for a really long time.
Again, you might actually be able to follow whatever path the Flaming Fist used to send their patrols to the forest there.
Now, our question here should be, do we look into the Iron Snakes at the same time? Or do we try to avoid them completely, because I know they're still there. I didn't get much information while I was in Baragos, but I know that they're still looking for whatever it was they were looking for.
Antonio
And
shifts his attention to Matrim.
It might be related. I doubt that this is a coincidence.
He goes, that's gonna be up to you all. I don't care for them, but he kind of stops, kind of just like, kind of stops, takes a drink of his whiskey.
On the one hand, it's worth approaching any allies that you might be able to get, but on the other hand, is it worth risking another knife in the back? I'm certainly not going to say that it's not.
And I don't know if they're like how they used to be, but if they are, then I don't know if it's something that you want to ally yourself with.
And it might not. It may or may not be worth the time that it would take to get a real good feel for it either. For that matter, maybe they aren't looking for the same thing, and we tip them off by asking. I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm not suggesting any direct course of action. We can talk about that on the way if we need to. Just thought I'd put it out there.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do about them.
Do we have a rough location in the forest? Or are we just going to have to sweep the entire place? Because that's going to take a while.
Well, she entered, from what she told me, from like the west northwest, like coming from Baldur's Gate. But I don't know how far she got in.
I'll be keeping an ear out the whole time regardless, so anything amiss we should be relatively aware of.
Should I assume that this individual we're talking about was looking into the construct question that I had the other day? Constructs in the sharp teeth?
Yep, that's why we send her, to go see why these constructs have suddenly popped up and what they're doing in there.
Any other reports before you lost contact with her? Anything else we should know about?
I mean, she was able to make it past the constructs without really any issue.
Did
I
you
could
say
see
what they were?
I could see Antonio. She said that there were a couple different ones. There were some that looked like metallic dogs. Ones that looked like, from afar, looked like a person wearing a suit of armor, but there was no person inside the armor. And then she said that she only saw one of these, but there were also some looked like small ballista that would move on their own.
Well, that complicates my idea. Okay. All right. We got some time to think about that one.
But yeah, so if there's anything you guys want to do before leaving in the morning, go ahead, do it. I'll get to asking Morks about what potions he can provide you all.
Very helpful.
And I'll get you guys each some horse money too.
Yay.
Horse money.
Did you say horse or whores?
Now, we're not blending that game here, are we? We're not gonna revisit that topic in from the Discord. We're just gonna ignore that you said that. At least the least case, you have a portion of money. If you spend it on one and not the other, the consequences are yours, and we'll just leave you behind. And you're walking.
Fine, I'll get a horse.
Or you're running, or you're trying to convince a whore to carry a piggyback. I don't care. I don't care what you do
That
with
was
it.
the plan.
Yeah,
That
I
was
mean,
the plan.
Better hope she's
Just
a
as-
monk or a barbarian, so that way you're actually faster than yourself.
half orc barbarian.
Hey, whatever he's into, I'm not judging.
Nah, I'm not
Y'all
judging either.
wench.
Just-
Oh dear. Anywho, alright, well, Asher will finish his drink, give Matrim a nod, and go, alright, well, sounds like we've got a journey ahead of us.
As everybody
Sounds
else
like it.
leaves, Antonio's gonna ask Matcham if he can ask him about something after everyone leaves.
On the way out the door, Baron gives a pat to as near the portrait as he can reach without looking absurd. On his way out the door, just like, "Hey, buddy."
Okay.
Forgot which room I put Baron in. Was it this one?
Yes. Right above Torval. And right next to Sarah.
Poor bastard.
So it's about the same loudness as what Antonio's hearing all the fucking time dealing with Sarah.
Pretty much.
Sarah will go to the library and start looking for more music.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check. See if you find a new book. Yeah.
Baron's basically
You're-
meditating.
Oh,
You're able to find a book. Sonnets of the Sword Coast.
Okay. She'll pocket it and
so-
she'll go to her room. Right?
Mhm.
That one? Yeah.
No, you're done one.
Keep forgetting.
Yeah, see, we need to label these rooms.
I have them on in my DM notes because I mainly remember that Antonio was going to be this one above her. Saw that she was going there, went over to the opposite side, and Ash was like, "Oh, I'll bunk next to you," and I'm like, "Oh, well, you're across from Sarah now." He goes, "Shit." And I said, "And your window opens up to her room, so she's singing with her window open. You'll hear it." Okay. Well, while you guys are doing whatever there, Matrim is going to have a convo.
I'll explain in a sec. That was basically to see if he can find a book on lycanthropy during his initial short stint in the library, just seeing.
Okay. Oh, the investigation was?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd be able to find a book. Let me do this. Yeah, you're able to find a book on lycanthropy, like the origins and
Mhm.
stuff
Just
like
the
that.
basics, basically giving
Yeah.
you the monster manual rundown of it.
Lycanthropy 101.
Mm-hmm.
Causes and cures and all stuff like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So he's gonna, after everyone leaves, he's gonna pull out the book from his bag, and I was doing a little bit more research on, and he just kind of like motions at himself, my current condition with, calls it a curse. It's not that bad, but
I mean, it can be.
well, potentially quicker to anger, but that could also just deal with old wounds at this point. But I don't know if there's a possibility to better control it for times where, like, what happened, we were basically caught with our pants down when you guys had left, and I had used it more recently, and I wasn't able to call upon that at that moment when I needed it. So I was just... I don't know if you've heard of anything, or if you want to talk to anybody else about it. I mean, you know everybody's skill set a lot better than I do.
Yeah.
Or more intricately than I do. But, figured it's good to talk to you first about it. I want to be able to control it better, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Probably able to figure out something with the more smarter people of the house.
Right, but like I had said, it's... You know more intimately their abilities and stuff, so you know more who to talk to, so...
Yeah, I'd be able to figure out the best person for that.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll be obviously gone for a while, so maybe somebody can look into it further. I read a little bit up on it, like I'd said, just to get a better understanding of what I'm dealing with. I'll put this back before I leave, because I think I've got the gist of it at least.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I will ask around and see who would be the best person to see about helping out with that.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. You go rest up.
Oh.
You have a rescue
practice
to
a
do.
little bit with these, and he just like holds up his new bracers.
Okay, well don't tire yourself out too much.
I'll try not to. He chuckles, finishes his glass, hands it back to him, and heads out.
Okay. Okay. You guys there?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, nothing else you guys do. You guys go to bed for the night, and wake up, have breakfast in the morning. Matchroom will come by with... I don't remember how much the horses were. He'll probably each you like a little sack of money to, Escher, Antonio, and Sarah. About 100 gold in each one. Because this should be enough for horse and feed and stuff like that.
Okay, so where are we? Are we back in the...
Most likely, yeah, you'd be in the mess hall when he comes in.
So we got 100 gold each, right?
It's
Gives you 100 gold each for a horse.
probably more than that, but
I thought it was like only
Wait,
75.
I think it was 75, yeah.
I'm trying to open up my. I got a new external hard drive. It's being slow.
Mm.
The end screen somewhere around here that has like a lot of that kind of information.
Again.
Yeah, depending on the horse, it ranges anywhere from 75 to 400.
Riding horse is 75. 4 horses 200. But if you just want a large draft horse, I'd say it's definitely in between those two.
Okay. If you mention anything about that, he'll be like, maybe I should give a little bit more to Escher since he'll need a bigger horse.
Escher hangs his head and goes, "Oh."
Zondas is like, I know.
What you need is a pimped out van.
He'll give you another say another 150, just so you can have enough money to get a horse that'll support you properly for the journey.
Or more
I
importantly, not hurt the horse.
appreciate.
What was that?
More importantly, not hurt the horse.
Yeah.
Day
And
2,
then he
the
will-
horse tacos in half.
And then he will also allow you to distribute them however you're going to. Provides each you with a healing potion, so 1 healing potion for each you. And him and or not him mentions that Morks and Sapphire, had also made. Oh crap! What's the next level up? Greater? Is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Nice.
greater, I believe, is the next one.
So, I'll hand you each 1 greater also.
Got a greater health potion?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's
Oh.
add that in. Motherfucker.
You have at least 250 platinum, right, Usher? On your list?
You both
Me?
have a bunch of platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have as much as I could have because I gave that family like 150 platinum.
Wow.
You did what?
You don't remember that?
What'd you
No.
do?
I gave the family that was taking care of Serafina all of my platinum.
I
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
you gave him that.
Well-
No, I think that was gold.
So
You wouldn't have had that much platinum yet.
Because we had right, but you should have at least an extra 250 platinum from
Yeah.
our winnings, from mine and your winnings from
Yeah.
Milestone.
Not Milestone. Theros.
Or yeah, Theros.
Why am I not seeing the regular health potion?
Should just be
I had to look
potion
up
of healing.
potion of healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just look up the word healing and you can grab any
Yeah.
that you need. It sucks because you can't search potion of healing because it's like that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
For no
weird.
fucking reason.
Fucking potion of healing. When you have the potion filter on, it turns it off. You idiot. It's even listed. It's one of the tags. Potion is one of the tags. Dumb,
Here, potion. Yep.
dumb, stupid, and dumb. All right. So one of those, and then another potion greater.
Before leaving in the morning, Antonio, actually no, before going to sleep, Antonio will catch up with everybody and offer out the quiver of wands for whoever wants it, because he's not gonna be able to use it.
What does it do?
You can pull a wand, up to 3 wands out a day, and they do randomized effects, or it recharges a
I'll
little
give it
bit
a
at
whirl.
dawn, but at
I
most
mean,
it's 3 from a day.
If you don't want it and nobody else wants it, then I guess I'll hold on to it.
It does require attunement. That's the only thing.
Varian is interested, but he will defer to Sarah.
Varian, you take it. I don't want it, really.
Are you sure?
I got a bagpipe I can play around with for a while.
I'm sure that's exactly the same thing. With a just a humorous grin. It's like I'm just gonna humor you. Remember, this guy knew Torvald too, so he knows a little bit how to deal with Sarah. Okay, I'll take it then.
Yeah, so if we want to move that over to...
Yep, I added it to your equipment.
Refresh.
The equivalent of wands. I thought I fixed that requirement thing. I didn't.
What?
Requires attunement by a must be attuned before any wands can put. Wait, that's in the wrong spot.
So how just I want to figure out how I'm doing this stuff. How big is the quiver? Is it like the size of a wand, or is it the size of like a bolt quiver or something?
It's the size of like a bolt quiver for a crossbow bolt.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then I'm strapping it inside my shield, where I can just reach behind my shield and pull something out.
Solid.
It's where I
Sounds
used
good.
to have a short sword. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's all yours now. It's been sitting in my inventory, and I'm like, all right, I can switch between two things if I want, but now it's like, okay, the two things I'm going to switch between are not going to be that quiver.
It is character appropriate, so we'll see what I can make of it.
Mm-hmm. It'll get more use than when I had it.
I think I don't remember who. It might be. Actually, I think nobody has it. You guys have at least one more magical item that no one has done anything with. You guys are like, oh, cool, magical item.
Is it the Mimics? Ring of Mimics?
It's your other ring. You guys have another ring.
Yeah, well, I already have 3 slots, and one of them I really don't want to
Yeah.
touch for a little while. And then, obviously, the new one. And then
Yeah.
the jumpy dagger, that's just too much fun.
What's the ring of mimic?
Let me.
Yeah, because Torvald doesn't ask questions about that kind of stuff, so I never even knew about it.
Mm-hmm.
So you were told. Actually, and Torvald technically wasn't in the room when they were told either. So
Sarah was, because she was trying to get a
Yep.
diamond appraised, right?
Not that it would
this
matter to me.
So this was mentioned to you by the creepy shop owner in Mossstone, who told you what the quiver was, told you kind of about Lynn, mentioned the ring that Escher has on, and then told you about this one. It's called the Ring of the Mimic. You have to attune to it. While attuned, the ring will tremble in the presence of larger mimics that are within 30 feet of it, even if they are not revealed yet. You can also, with a bonus action, cast guidance on yourself. And this version of guidance does not require concentration and can be used in tandem with the actual spell.
Huh.
And guidance gives you a plus a 1d4 to.
Yeah,
It's
Sarah
mainly,
would be
it's mainly
interested.
skill checks, right? I think it's
Sarah
skill.
would
I think it's skill check.
Yeah, I think it's mostly skill
Oh, yeah.
checks.
Yeah, Sarah will pass on that for sure.
Pass on it?
Yep.
But skill checks include performance.
They do.
She all she knows that it will just detect. Travis knows what it does. Sarah only knows that it will detect other mimics.
So Escher will go ahead and take that ring. He's got nothing else to attune to.
He's blinging himself out. Has a couple rings on.
Yeah, why not?
So does anybody else? Does only Sarah know what it does?
No, Escher and Antonio were there when
Yeah.
you got told about it.
Antonio was already full with items at that point anyway.
Yeah.
So if I were to add that to my inventory, what is it under?
It's literally Ring of the Mimic.
You can probably just search Mimic, and it might be in there.
I can do it too. I'm pretty good at finding my own items.
Don't filter for ring though. It's probably under something else.
You know what?
Herb
I'm gonna
Derp.
test that just to check.
Added.
Yeah, it is under ring. All right.
Okay.
No, I named it Ring of the Mimic, and it should be considered a ring because that's its actual type. So
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Well,
potion
so
is
is the
the actual
potion of
type
healing,
of potion of
so-
healing.
It's a crapshoot.
and technically, you do have an open spot because your stone snake doesn't really count as attunement because you don't choose that it's attuned to you. It chooses.
You are attuned to it. It is not.
Right.
Your blood is yummy.
Okie dokie. Let's go.
Oh god,
All
the,
right.
the beginning part, I'm reading the Mimic thing, it feels like it's being licked from the interior of the band.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So
Wait, what? I didn't
as soon
see
as you,
that part.
as soon as you attune to it, Escher, You feel like the inner part of your finger there, as soon as you attune, just like it's slightly being licked.
It's like you feel a.
It's just going.
Asher goes, "Bah."
And the gemstone in it that looked like just like a regular gemstone to you, now that you're attuned to it, kind of looks like an eyeball staring back at you.
Interesting. All right.
Does he
I'm
make a
glad
comment about that to anybody else?
I'm glad I didn't jump on that one.
Asher,
This thing's trying to eat my hand.
Asher's just kind of unnerved by it. And he's holding his hand, going like, "Huh, huh."
Is he doing like the? Does it follow me?
What you looking at, Ring?
Alrighty, let's go. I want a horse.
Okay. So, if you guys need guidance on which teleporter to take, you'll get guided. Otherwise, Barian would probably remember because he was through it about a week ago.
I'm gonna call Barry.
Yeah.
If he doesn't remember.
Calling
I
Baron
think
for
it's that one.
since he just got back.
Nope, that's Theros.
Well, listen,
It's-
just because I did it by text doesn't mean that
There you go.
I know what I mean. The process of elimination, it's got to be one of the ones that's unveiled. And I saw Neshik over at this one, so that one's busted. That one's got the janitor. That one's
wait,
got the
hold on.
janitor sign on it.
Hold on. No, I'm wrong. That's not the right one. The right one, the one that Neshik should have been in, is this one down here. That's the one for the teleporter
Oh,
scroll.
see, they all look the same to you too, huh?
I have them in my DM notes. I just didn't look when I placed this token. This one is the one that's used for to meet Greg.
Greg.
Yeah, that's right. I definitely don't want to go to that one.
Sarah, you coming along?
Yep, she'll follow.
Whee. All right.
Nope.
1 sec. What?
Nope.
Nope. What?
Alma Curb's not here.
Wait, he came back.
Nope.
Oh.
Alma Curb is in someone's soup now.
Oh.
I never said that. I never said that.
So the French must have taken him.
No, it's not a whole bird that you apparently drown in wine.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah, I mean, I can't open the door, so
Yeah, I forgot. You guys do have to have someone come with you.
we need to have somebody. Because the password I've got doesn't work from this end.
Nope, it doesn't. What? Oh no, it doesn't. That's right.
Yeah,
You have the
no.
password to leave.
Yeah.
Steve leans over to the door. New England clam chowder.
What is it, red or white?
I can never remember that one.
All right. So, as you guys, so he says a word in a language that none of you knows. Opens it up, and you guys see the circle that you've all been through one way.
One way or another, damn it.
I mean, 3 of you have gone through the teleporter this way, and 1 of you've come the other way back.
Yeah, hence the one way or another.
Yeah.
I'll go first. But it's like I step in the circle and kneel down. It's like, I don't like your guys' teleportation circles, by the way. And probably like halfway through the sentence, just go poop. I really don't like the poop.
Well, I would say, as one thing that is now new to the 3 of you, as the rest of the party goes to go through, as everyone's leaving, y'all briefly hear, "Have a good trip. See you later." And then you guys are through the teleporter.
It's nice to. Oh,
Who said that?
Antonio's gonna have a sword in his hand as soon as he gets to the other side. And he's looking up in the sky, very concerned.
Go through the teleporter and big map.
Oh, great. My computer's gonna quap now.
Oh wait, actually, no. I was gonna say I could throw up Baldur's Gate instead because I still have that map. I think I still have it in here. Yeah, I could just do Baldur's Gate. Yay! It's much smaller.
Whee.
Oh hey, look! You
We're
guys see it's still
there.
here.
Did we get moved to the
So
other
you
side?
guys- What?
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
are. I was saying, did we get moved to the other side? Yep.
Took me a second. Okay, and let's go ahead real fast. You guys teleport in. You guys are in the dusty, dark warehouse. Let's go take like a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Yay.
All right, so we'll be right back. Take a quick break.
Since I didn't get to hear it on my end, did that voice come out well?
Yeah, yeah, it
Claptrap
came out very
beat.
well. Yeah,
That's why he's in.
that's a very good comparison.
His and my instant reaction is stab it.
I didn't have it on. Whenever I try to test the voices, I have it on so I can hear myself. But that always catches me off guard because I try to say something and then I hear myself in my own ear and it makes me stumble.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever I do it,
definitely a skill.
so whenever I do it, like I just did, I literally just went click, and in my mind I'm going, "Please let this work."
Please let this work and not just mute myself.
Or please make sure I did the settings right, unlike when the other voice happened.
Right.
I did it, and it was like, crap, I messed up.
I mean, it could be worse. I was training a guy on the electron microscope earlier this week, and he tripped a breaker almost as soon as he started working. And it's like, Jesus Christ, it's a brand new machine. I haven't tripped any of the safeties yet. If you break it, I ain't the one operating it. So, you're going to be, you're the one that's on the deck here. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, let's turn that voltage down a little bit. Your sample's charging a hell of a lot, apparently. 10 kilovolts. That's way better than the 15 that you just fried the breaker with.
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, is Travis back?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
I'm back.
There we go.
God, all you people talking about it being cold, I'm about to crack a damn window.
It's been really cold here, like single digits through most of the hours.
And my computer has just been a furnace every time I play Red Dead. It's a horse furnace. It's burning horses alive.
Yeah, went to drop off my kids the other day at school and came back, and I'm like freezing. I'm like, what's the temperature right now? I'm like, oh, it's like 5 degrees. Cool.
Terrific.
Yeah, and with a little bit of wind out there, it's making it like -7. Yay. Yay. Okay. So you guys get into the place, and you're able to. You would actually notice you don't need the special lock on this door. Only is needed to come in. So Baron, you don't need to worry about saying anything to open this door.
Yep.
You guys come in. A little bit of fog being in since it's still morning, and you guys are at the docks. We just unless you guys are wanting to stop anywhere, you guys would just be heading on the way to wherever you can get a horse.
Yeah,
I think you guys would probably be pretty much just getting at the same place that Almakerb was picked up, which
is
technically was on the other side of the bridge because you guys had passed the bridge already.
Yeah. But that's what Barion's saying since he was just through here. The stables are on either side of the bridge pretty much. There is a stable over in Little Calamshan. I don't know if you're going to find one of the bigger ones. They have smaller stock there mostly. I need to make a slight side trip, so we can do this one of two ways. You can go on without me and I can catch up, or if you want to take a little bit of extra time and go across the bridge, that's up to you.
Where are you going?
I don't keep my mounts in the stables, let's say.
Is there a lot of people on the way?
We're gonna end up going through the lower city, so yes.
I'll go with you if that's okay.
Escher knows exactly what's going to happen. He just sighs. And he'll say, wherever I can purchase a horse that is capable of carrying one of my stature, I'll head there.
Yeah, I'll go with Escher, and he looks at Sarah. Do you want me to get one for you, or you'll do that yourself?
Sure. And Sarah will hand him 100 gold.
All right.
Well, I mean, in that case, we're gonna go through the center of town. My business takes me on the other side of the bridge where there's not gonna be any people.
But is there a
so-
lot of people on the way, though?
I mean, there's a lot of people through the city where you're gonna end up going either direction. So, all right.
I'll go with you.
I mean, you've been here before, Sarah.
I have to summon Morier, and I'd prefer not to do that around a whole bunch of people. So it's going to take a little bit of time. So if all of you go ahead of me, then I can just run out the southernmost gate here and go into the hills, and the fog should keep people from getting too curious. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go all the way across the bridge. If you wanted to go with me, which you're all going to be going across the bridge anyway. So we'd all be going at the same speed. We'd all be going at Barian speed here.
I guess I'll go with them.
I'm sort of saying this like if you want to see the process, that's up to you. But otherwise, I'm just going to be slowing you all down.
Okay, you convince me. You convince me. I'll go with you. But can we go at my speed though, by any chance? If that's okay.
As long as you don't run, because I don't feel like running in full plate.
No.
I'm already conspicuous here as it is.
We're not running.
Escher says, I know what she's going to be doing. She won't be running. You're fine.
Okay. Well, then.
Sarah will, as soon as she says okay, Sarah will bust out her flute and get her hat ready.
So I know what Sarah's doing, but the problem is that Sarah doesn't understand what I was trying to say. So I have to take the long way. In other words, I'm just following all of you. So we're all going together out this gate up here. Because my idea was, if you wanted to go ahead of me, you could go out this gate, and then I could go out this gate, and I could make the trip shorter and catch up with you sooner. But there's no way for her to get a horse from here, because otherwise I'm just going to leave her behind.
Yep.
And
Gotcha.
she can't come with me like she seems to think she can. So, so I'm just, I at this point I get the problem that she's not understanding what I'm trying to say, and I don't want to be much more specific about it. So we'll all go get some horses together.
Okay.
Well, Sarah, if you're gonna go do what you're gonna do as you're going through the lower city here,
Just
and
She's
playing
just
the little song.
playing jively tunes and having something available so people can, stop or put a cup of copper or gold or maybe even some platinum in it.
We're going through the lower city. You should lower your expectations a bit. Copper and silver are probably as good as you're gonna get, especially early in the morning.
Maybe an Electrum, but that's just because they're trying to fucking get rid of it.
Fucking Electrum.
this is the city where you got
Yep.
an Electrum.
I know,
Yep.
that's why I'm saying it.
Sarah doesn't remember that.
Oh no, the Electrum was Neverwinter, actually.
Oh yeah, did we get rid of it here?
I think you
we got
did.
rid
Yeah.
of it.
At the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
So as you guys are going, Escher, you will remember as you're walking through, you passed by a familiar jewelry shop that you bought a pearl for, a pearl at.
Oh, yeah. Before we get too far, would we be passing by anywhere that maybe carries exotic or fairly not normal tea? Escher's tea box is running a little light.
It is possible, even at the docks.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, with the docks with things
I mean,
coming in from other places.
Yeah, it's possible. I think that what you're going to find though is something that quote unquote fell off a cart. something that was destined for the upper city and didn't make it there.
Go ahead and roll me
Gotcha.
an investigation check.
Investigation. Uh-oh.
Little Calamshan might have something from the south though.
Boop-a-doo-doo. Boop. My investigation is not great.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Ooh, no tea for you, sir.
You're going. You
This
scrape
town-
some dirt out of somebody's garden. Here's some tea. Yum, yum.
Basically, this is
That would
just
be-
like
that would-
Boston, where Escher's watching everybody dump the tea into the lake and going, "Oh."
moss on the walls. Yum yum.
Yeah,
I would
you
see one would be like, this town is completely out of tea.
yeah, you don't seem to be able to
entire
find any
town.
place that sells tea that you're looking for.
As
Okay.
we're walking past tea carts and tea stands, they're setting up. If you just waited 5 more minutes, we'd have a lot of tea. Nope, in a hurry, gotta go.
Not exotic enough for me.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you get to the gates of the lower city. You do get some money, Sarah, but hold on. Are you gonna continue all the way to the bridge?
All the way through.
Okay, because I'm gonna be calculating everything as you're going through. So I'll give you your
As long
I'll give you your
as
count.
possible.
Okay, so the 29 was going through the lower city. Go ahead and do it for your trip through Little Calamshan. We'll give it to about like there.
God damn.
Why couldn't I do that through the lower city? Fuck.
Jeez.
No, but Little Calamshan might have merchants from the south, so that might have been good too.
Doo-doo. My rolls say not. Oh, no, I'm gonna double that. Hold on. My rolls for that were shit.
That did not sound like a critical success to me.
Yeah.
No, 2 of them were ones.
No, that's
Like on how much money she was gonna earn there. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. Okay. And then go ahead and roll for the last bit through the outer city up to where you get to the bridge. Boop. Oh, fuck. This was your flute, you said, right?
Yeah. Lots of jively tunes, whatnot.
Okay. Are you going to stop and count there, or are you going to wait till you get across the bridge?
Stop until we get across the bridge.
Okay. So you get to the bridge, and there are a pair of guards there. As you get to it, they say that you have to pay the toll.
Sarah will give 2 silver.
They nod and take the 2 silver.
What was that the toll? Because I don't remember.
It was actually
Okay.
when I actually went back and listened to it. not too long ago, because
Sarah,
I knew that you guys probably would be coming through this again. And I was like, how much did I make the toll again?
Sarah will
Okay.
continue to be playing, kind of like trying to entice him to tip her some money.
Since Baron was just through, he already knows about the toll.
Antonio
And he
pulls 4 silver out of the party funds for him and Escher.
Baron doesn't try to pull a fast one the way that Torvald did.
Antonio is gonna watch where they put the money because he's curious.
There's just one that seems to be the one taking the money, and he puts it into a pouch on his side.
That's it. He's
You
just
guys
curious.
You guys pay the toll, and they make their way. You guys make your way across the bridge, and are able to make it to the stables.
Yay, horses.
Yay, time for horses.
Okay, and you guys are able to. There's various horses they have there, in various sizes too. You see ones like the size of Alma Curb, and regular sized ponies, and some bigger ponies. Look like they may or may not hold an Escher.
I would like a big horse.
Okay, you are given 2 to choose from. There's a black one and a white one.
Black one or a white one?
Here's your racist test.
Oh shit.
Either answer you do, it's wrong.
Alright, so black is even, white is odd.
There you go.
The dice chose.
And so it is. And so it was written.
I'll take the black one. No. Actually, yeah, Escher will take the black one. Just because, foresty situations and whatnot, a white horse might stick out brighter than others.
Okay. And they'll offer, give you the, saddle and all that stuff, and feed for 10 days.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Is it a male or a female?
Flips coin.
Flips coin.
Yep.
Oh my god, shut up. I don't care.
Which one's odd, Chris?
Female.
It's a female.
Either way, I'm naming it Bart. No. Sounds like the fuck.
I was thinking of your name.
All right.
What was the name of their van? Ninja Turtles. I thought it had a name. Is it just the turtle van?
It's like the Shellmobile or something.
Party
I
wagon,
thought it was
maybe?
named the Torterra.
That's a Pokemon.
Party wagon is what the Ninja Turtlepedia says. Party wagon. Turtle van, party wagon. Turtle van. Turtle van.
I'm not naming my horse Turtle Van.
Turtle Cycle?
Cowabunga.
The Cowabunga Carl Party Van.
Okay, so you're able
That'll
to get your
take some
horse.
time to decide what I want to name my horse. I'm not naming a Turtle Van for sure.
That's fine. They also, with the bigger size and to be able to support you, and with all the stuff that they're giving you, it will cost the amount that the Matchroom gave you.
Yay.
Same for the rest of us.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Matchroom's been around adventuring for a while. He knows how much stuff is going to cost.
If he's giving us money, either he's going to give us the exact amount, or you need to give him the change back. Either way.
But you two, Antonio and Escher, you kind of have more of a choice of horse colors. So
What about Sarah?
That's what I think he meant.
that's what I meant. Sorry, Antonio and Sarah. You have
Sarah's a turtle now.
Sarah is gonna base her selection on which of the horses fetches.
which is going to be none of them.
Antonio probably
What
just
colors?
grabbed like a brown horse. He really doesn't give a shit.
What colors are there? Are available for Sarah?
Pick a horse for a color
Orange.
that's a normal color for a horse.
Good compromise there. Varian's just while they're picking horses, Varian's just talking to the stable keepers. You know, he's just shooting the breeze and talking
Black
about their
with white
business.
spots.
Okay, yeah, that's you're able to get your black with white spot horse.
Like, oh my god, he's so cute. I'm gonna name Starry.
Antonio doesn't name his.
If it gets cold enough, I'm gonna have to eat him. So I don't want to name
I was
him.
gonna say you don't want to name him lunch.
No, because that's a bit too morbid.
Uh-oh. My map froze.
Uh-oh.
I switched myself over to. Yeah, I went over to the overworld map so I can prep where you guys are, so I can just shift click you guys over.
I mean, I've still got my map up if people want to dual
No,
boot the.
it's the same map though.
I know. Well, I know. So, but I mean, if people want to dual boot the Roll20, then they don't have to switch back and forth to a different map
Nah, it's just fine.
because it's the
I'm
load
just
that's
confused.
the load that kills people.
It wasn't too bad when we loaded into it like this past couple minutes ago.
Yeah, it was pretty good the last time.
Okay, there we go. All right, so you guys are able to get horses and start heading on your way. Sarah, you wanted to get a count of your money.
Not quite yet, because
Okay.
we're still on some towny stuff. So
Yeah,
I mean,
not really.
not really. You're literally where you're at is like the edge of Baldur's Gate, and then it just goes into the road, the coastway.
oh, I suppose.
Yeah, these are the stables and like an outer patrol bunkhouse for the Flaming Fist. That's about all that's on this other side.
I mean,
Uh,
you can continue playing, but you're probably not going to earn any more money.
Because I'm not giving anything. I'm sorry.
Antonio,
Not yet. Maybe later.
at best, he'll pickpocket you and give you your money back.
yeah,
Either way,
she'll
when-
count.
when everyone's got their horses all settled, Baron's like, we'll go another quarter mile or so down the road. That should be the copse of trees over there. Should be fine.
Okay.
So you guys go about. I'll go over to the area of trees that he said, and probably while he's doing it, Sarah, you start going through your hat to count all your money. And with the rolls I got, and I doubled all my rolls for your natural 20s you got. So you got 21 copper.
Oh, my shit's being slow today.
That's why I threw it onto a notepad. So I know. 21 copper, 22 silver,
Yep.
24 gold,
Gold.
and 23 electrum.
Fucking lower city.
I mean, it's the lower city and the even poorer area out there, too. If you were looking for platinum, the upper city would have been better, but good. As you were told earlier, good luck getting there if you don't have an invite.
Oh, fucking electrum.
All right, so you guys get there and to like the little area of trees.
So Baron starts casting a spell. It takes 10 minutes.
So during that time is when I would say Sarah was probably counting her money. You guys stopped.
Yeah,
And you're
probably.
like,
Yeah. He draws a summoning circle and spends some time meditating, just like originally when a lot of times when he's casting a spell, he'll meditate with his sword out in front of him. And, at the end of the spell, a griffin appears. It looks like it's colored like a golden eagle. So I'm going to put that into Discord here.
are you able to throw it into the?
Monster Space
I'm
Warfare?
I'm not gonna use my upload for that.
I was saying, if have you already sent it to me? I thought you
To
did.
do other
I've got it.
or
Yeah, I've got it.
character reference.
I can put it in character reference here. I'll just link the thing there.
That'll work.
So it's got that kind of a coloration to it. But if you look closely enough, it does have sort of an aura, a glowing, radiant aura about it. And it's as soon as it sort of eyes all of you sort of curiously, and as soon as it catches sees Sarah, it grabs a stick and it brings it to Sarah.
So like, we'll just hold her hand out under the beak, or whatever it is.
It is friendly.
Yep.
Doesn't take your arm off.
She's waiting. She's waiting for it to drop it.
Oh, it'll eventually figure it out and it'll drop it. And then,
They're like, eyes just big, like anime eye big, and throw it as far as she could.
in the
Go ahead and do
meantime,
it like that.
in the meantime, Varian looks sort of annoyed when he get playfully annoyed. He's like, "Hippogriff, Morier. I said hippogriff, not griffin. You are going to get us into trouble." And he sort of slaps the rump of the griffin. You're too much cat for your own good, aren't you? And it just sort of gives a cat, a feline sort of flick of the tail, like, "You're damn right, I'm a cat. Fuck you."
Through the whole time you're doing the ritual, Antonio's doing like summoning it, like pulling out the rapier that was described earlier and making it disappear back into his bracers, and he's just doing that, practicing the whole time, just out of boredom.
That's cool though.
Right?
I want one of those.
Yeah, that's damn snazzy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He asked for something similar to it during downtime, and I was like, I got something even better.
I am completely cool with this result.
Best part is, I was already designing that in my head when you asked about the belt, and I was like, how do I know people? And my first thought was, well, it's because he doesn't like stuff being stolen from him. So why not have a way for him to keep his weapons that he wants kept on him at all times? Have him with him at all times.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take the 20 minutes to completely like disarm himself at the start of the city.
And as far as the guards are concerned, you don't have any weapons if they're all in your bracers.
Yeah, he can just take off his quiver now because that's where all of his daggers are.
And then you just, if you have to, you can take the bracers off and show them, look, there's nothing concealed in here. Don't look inside the pocket planes, please.
You can't look inside the pocket.
You can't see them unless I summon them.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a place for mounts in D&D Beyond?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Technically, it's the last tab, I believe it is. The extras.
Other possessions.
Manage extras. You go to extras. Yeah. It's extras, manage extras, and then you choose a category, and one of them is mount.
Oh, cool. Perfect.
Yeah. And that way, it'll actually give you that. Why would you do that, game? Very first thing listed, at least for me, says, oh, you want your mount to be the Demogorgon?
No,
Yeah, same. Mine
No.
did that too. I was like, no, no.
I do not. Nor do I want anyone else's to be
But it's
either
no.
the regular Demogorgon or the Stranger Things Demogorgon. I don't want either one of them.
I'd say that's what this one is in quotes. So
Yeah.
because they did come out with they have a source book called it's an adventure book. Where is it? The Hunt for the Thussle Hydra, and it's literally based off of Stranger Things.
So is mine
I don't have that
technically
one yet,
a
but-
riding horse or a draft horse?
I would say yours is more a draft horse because you need a bigger one.
Okay.
There we go. All right, so you guys are able to get on your mounts. What's going on there? Ding. And start heading on your way. Let me know when you guys are loaded, and I will shift ping you over to the correct spot.
I think I'm loaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm loaded.
Loaded.
I was saying, I don't think you were that far. Were you, Stone?
No, I wasn't.
Looking on the stream, you were pretty close.
I just like to go wee.
I'm actually surprised when we went into the secrets that you didn't say we. Because normally you do.
I was saying something else originally, so I was like, oh, never mind.
All right, so you guys are able to start going. How fast are
The
How fast
draft
are your
is
mounts?
40.
and the rating is
60, so it's
Yeah. So
determined by the
I-
slowest.
yeah, as soon as you guys mount up, Baron's like, well, since Moray decided that she wanted to be a griffin instead of a hippogriff, we're gonna have a bit of a conflict here because griffins are slower on foot than horses, but they're faster in the air. So what I'm probably gonna have to do is leapfrog ahead of you a bit. I'll get the lay of the road from above. Try to see if there's anything that you need to worry about, and I'll let you catch up periodically.
I mean, worst comes to worst, if you want to just kind of, I don't know if you could just circle around above us, but do whatever you feel is necessary. I mean, and he just kind of like motions around.
Yeah.
I get hearing around. I'm pretty good at locating incoming threats.
Okay, so you guys are able to go. Go ahead while you're going around. What are you doing? Stop it. Since you're up in the air, Barian, go ahead and roll me a perception check as you're flying through the air. Okay. I can't find the notes. How far are you guys technically able to go with those mounts now? Since you don't have the... How much is it a day again? I was trying to pull up the page and D&D Beyond's not liking me right now.
Shit,
To pull up extra stuff.
I just had it.
Because you guys were 25 when you were slow. Would it be 50 then? Or is it...
I mean,
I think it should be like 50 or 60.
well, 30 miles is a fast pace per normal travel, but I'm assuming that's on foot, so give me a second.
I've got per hour and per day as a war horse is 4 miles per hour, 40 per day. A riding horse is 4 and 40.
So then we'll say 40. Because that makes sense. It'd probably be technically a little less because the draft horse is a little slower, but I'd say like the first day of travel, you're able to get about there-ish.
Antonio will take first watch. As we're bedding down for the night.
I'm fine with second.
I'll do last.
There will be
Yep.
third then.
Riding horses are 60 feet.
Okay,
Roll perceptions.
there you go. Yeah, go ahead and roll perception. I was double checking some real fast. Yep, yep.
Jeez.
Yeah, great rolls, huh?
Yours was super low compared to what you usually do.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
I rolled the same thing as Escher.
All right, so even with the not so good rolls of everyone else except for Sarah, your night actually goes by fine, completely fine. Nothing goes to bug you guys at all. You guys get up in the morning, and then if you're going to be flying up in the air, kind of keep an eye out again. Go ahead and roll another perception, Barian. That's better. So as you guys are going, you would notice on one of your flights up that this point of the coastway, I'm trying to ping it right there, where it kind of has an actual like kind of angle. You can see quite a bit of like that there's been traffic way from there going towards the Wood of Sharp Teeth. Like you can see that there's been, trampling horses, probably people in heavier armor kind of walking that way.
Is there anybody, does it look like there's anybody there right now?
Not at the moment, no.
I'll take sort of a circling glide path down towards it to make sure there's nobody there, and then get a better look on the ground, and then pop back up and tell the others.
Okay, so you get down, like look at it, yeah. From what you can tell, yeah, there's just like you can see that it's pretty old, like a lot of the stuff, but you see boot prints, some horse prints, even like some wheels of some type of wagons too.
And it all seems to just go directly off to the woods.
Back and forth, so you can tell that this is used. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm consulting a map, and I'd say that sounds about the place where Matrim said your friend entered. At least in that general area.
Yeah, I mean,
This might
That's
be
where we're
Iron
headed.
Snakes here. Do I remember seeing this on the way up there the first time? I guess maybe I wasn't paying attention to it. I was.
Yeah, you were kind of trying to hurry to Baldur's Gate, so you weren't really paying attention to seeing that kind of thing. All right, so if you guys continue that way, I will mark your token once I can pick it up. And so you guys would get about there the second day after crossing onto the path.
I'm assuming same. Well, no, that'd be another 2 days, right? We got to like the split, and then we got to the. This is 2 days after the initial watch that we did.
No.
So this is the very next day. This is where we're.
This is the next thing. You guys are much faster with horses and no cart, so
Just-
you guys technically probably could have made it to if your path had continued down, you probably would have made it to the friendly arm that you'd been to before in 2 days instead of 3.
Yep, and Antonio would have only taken 5 minutes to disarm himself as he got there.
So if you guys are going to be doing another watches, is it going to be same order? Even though technically Escher and Sarah went out of order with what they were saying, because she said she would do third, and technically you guys can do 4 watches. I don't care. So
I thought we were just doing 3 watches and they were just together.
Yeah, I mean,
That'll work too.
Escher's waking up in the morning for other reasons anyway, so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and roll.
I'm used to taking graveyard.
Perceptions.
So. Come on.
Arian.
I can't tell you how long I've been on the road at this point.
Jeez, Escher.
It's like I'm relying on the celestial griffin to scare things away, I guess.
Alright, I need to steal someone real fast.
That's probably me!
You think so?
You think so?
Ah! Ha!
Antonio,
Yeah.
on your watch, as you're kind of like keeping an eye, doing some paces, you start feeling that urge that you felt almost a month ago.
He looks up into the sky.
Oh, that is a full moon.
Oh boy. He just kind of like takes a deep breath, and as he's doing that, he's inhaling through his nose, so he's gonna try and like smell something out in the area.
Okay, go ahead. You can GM me a perception, and it would be an advantage, wouldn't it? Because it's smell.
Did I roll? I don't know if I hit GM roll. Hold on. Nope, that would have been public.
Whoops.
Shucks.
You do smell something to the north of you.
I mean, he'll give a quick look around the camp before heading off in that direction, if it doesn't smell like it's too far off.
No, it doesn't smell too far, and everything in the camp seems fine. You know, they're all in tents, or Escher is in his
Yeah.
in his shell.
Mm-hmm. So he nods and heads on his way towards that smell, and once he gets a little bit out, he'll take all of his stuff off. And
Okay.
go.
All right, you transform into your 4-wheel drive,
Yeah.
and you're able to hunt down. It's a you're able to find like a set of like some foxes that don't sense you. And I would say just make it, you're more than fast enough to be able to
Grab a couple of them.
yeah, take a couple of them out, munch down, and then feel that the feeling is sated that you have done what it was urging you to do.
He'll start making his way back to where he put his stuff, re-equip, and get back to camp.
Okay.
And he will make a special point to clean off his mouth this time, because he's not sure if there's anything like residual on his face.
All right. Okay, good to go.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, fuck you.
Your 23 does nothing.
Yeah, no shit.
Because it's still lower than my passive.
Okay, so night shift for everybody goes by fine. Nothing comes to get you. Asher, you see everything, all the stars in the sky before they start to fade.
I am nature.
You sit
I mean,
there,
I
this is
just
how
equate
Antonio
it.
feels all the time.
I just equate it to thinking that like everything is just flowing through me in the world around me. I don't know. I thought of something better, but my brain doesn't mouth well.
Your nature training is starting to like focus.
Hey,
Okay, so
look,
you guys...
that's a plant. That's a plant. And a bird.
All right, so you guys come into... you wake up, have whatever breakfast, and...
Yeah. The next morning, I'll pose the question to the group, but I'm paying a little bit more attention to Antonio's answer, just asking, "Is everything all right last night?"
I mean, yeah. It seemed pretty quiet.
You usually patrol further out. I imagine it's quieter.
Yeah, I mean, it helps to get rid of some of the sounds of snoring.
Asher.
Hey.
He wasn't. Hold on, I have to roll a deception to see if you see him looking at Escher.
You guys are dicks. I've got sinus problems, okay?
Is he just questioning? He's not trying to like look into it or anything?
I'm just, it doesn't seem like I'm doing anything specific. No.
Well, no, it was more like, are you trying to contested challenge? That's all.
Well, I mean, not that you know of.
Well, I would need to roll deception.
That's up to the DM. I rolled insight already to see what happens.
I would say, yeah, I would have you roll a deception. You can roll it to me.
Yep.
Makes it easier that way. He's not being completely truthful.
That's weird.
Like, obviously you can't, unless you delve further, you can't tell what, but yeah, he's lying straight through his teeth.
I might as well roll a deception myself to see if I give away that I figured you out.
I mean, he's not gonna like purposely incite you.
Okay.
What's your passive insight though? What?
19.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, with your passive, you can kind of tell like he caught on that you weren't telling the truth.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There's
maybe just the slightest narrowing of eyes.
I mean, if nothing else, there was a reason that he asked.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't just a random question. But yeah, I'll let it go for now.
All right. So you guys get up and continue down the road. I can grab the stupid thing. Grab it. And you guys get about 30 miles in out of your 40. when you see, and actually, Barian, I would say go ahead and roll me a perception to see how early you see this, Barian. Since you're, pew.
Oh, Jesus, goddamn!
But
What is wrong with you?
It takes you up to the 30 miles to notice that about half a mile out is some type of like camp set up,
It's
and
like
you can see like.
I guess I must be getting airsick at this point. It's like I'm not used to this. It's been a while. Hold on a second. I need to pull over. Okay, we're good.
But you can see like once you do notice it, you do see like flags set up at the camp that do have the symbol of the flaming fist.
I'll backtrack as soon as I finally stop magooing myself and notice the fist banners. Flaming Fist camp is up ahead. Looks like.
Does it look like
God, are they good or bad to us?
The Flaming Fist, and I can explain this in character. The Flaming Fist are the city watch of Baldur's Gate. They're basically the power in this region. So as long as you don't run into,
You see
corrupt
Sarah,
ones,
just look away.
as long as you don't run into the corrupt ones, then it's good. Of course, with every organization, there's, a few of them.
It just depends on your view of guards, official in general,
And how they approach being out without supervision.
Did it look like just a camp that they're starting to set up for the evening, or does it look like a...
Correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon, but I read that to be it's a long-term camp. Is that right?
Yeah, you could tell it's been there for a while.
Yeah. So yeah, they look like they've been. They're using it as a base of at least rear guard operation here. They probably have some forward posts further in, I'd imagine. This will be their main base camp, by the looks of it.
So do we face any danger by approaching the camp, or as long as we don't cause trouble, we should be fine?
I wouldn't think so. I think we should be fine. At the very least, we're here on legitimate business. We're not skulking. Although I will stay closer to you guys since griffins and horses don't usually get along. Gives a smirk and then a very mild slap on the back of the griffin's head that is supposed to be a hippogriff. And then he bends over and says, "Not a griffin."
Well, like you said, we do have official business. Whether or not they recognize our guild isn't really our problem.
Well, we can maybe work around that, although I hesitate to do this since it's I don't have the luxury of officially acting on behalf of Cormyr, but I technically do still represent Cormyr. I could fudge it a little bit if it comes to that. I'd rather not do that if I can help it, just in case word gets back to the wrong people. But he shows his a signet ring for the army with the purple dragon.
Oh, that's a cute ring.
Cute ring. Looks at the sigil for one of the most powerful armies in Faerun. It's like, cute isn't the word I would use. Okay, all right. I guess I can see it from a certain perspective. So yeah, I think that we can probably just, and if nothing else, they'll just turn us away and we can just find another way into the woods. They don't own the woods. So
yeah, worst comes to worst, we go off the beaten path by a couple miles.
head up
Sure.
towards the river and dive in from further north.
Makes sense to me.
I never got a clear answer, and by now they may have moved anyway. Did you ever hear where the iron snakes were coming in from? What direction?
Let me see if I
Asher
have it.
shakes his head because he doesn't know.
For some reason, I'm thinking from the south, but I might
Oh.
just be making that up.
I don't remember if he kept the Iron Snakes thing.
I'm gonna roll a history just to see if I happened to catch anything when I was in Baragost.
Good.
Nope.
Nope.
I don't think Antonio threw away the letter. He just kind of put it in his bag, so he'll pull it out and say, says to talk with one of the captains here, so, or near here, so it's probably just, it's probably in further, but this is where they send people to initially inquire, I'm guessing.
I mean, I didn't hear much when I was in Baragost, mostly because I was getting hustled for toffees by a little girl. Sort of gives Escher the side eye. It's like, I don't know who taught her how to hustle people for information, but goddamn, she's good at it.
She's a clever one, yes.
Well,
All right.
might as well just talk to them. I don't anticipate they're gonna be
Yep.
overly inquisitive about us.
Okay.
Well, they might be, but we'll see. I know they were nervous in town when we were there. I just never got a chance to figure out why.
Okay, so you guys make it the. I'm not going to move the token because half a mile's like nothing.
Yeah.
And you guys get to a decently sized, like military camp. You see some scouts kind of running around. Messengers running between some of the tents. You do get some odd looks, especially you, Barian, and kind of probably more towards your mount.
That is standard operating procedure for me.
But when you first start going in, nobody really goes to stop you.
I'll walk Morier at this point, and I'll approach just because being a soldier myself, I know that I can get answers maybe a little bit easier than some of the others. So I just sort of approach a couple of grunts here and there. Hey, where's the CO? Who can we check in with?
And they both kind of look at you, and one of them's like, big tent in the center.
Sarah,
Do you want to escort us, or are we good to walk around? We're just here for information. We're not here to cause anybody any trouble. And I certainly don't want you to get in trouble yourselves for letting in a bunch of strangers.
We've had a bunch of strange people come through lately, so they're
Fair
kind of
enough.
used to it.
All right.
What were we saying, Travis?
Sarah will start getting her bagpipes out.
Okay.
I'm not.
You know,
No, I'm. His parents like maybe not yet. Maybe we check in with the leadership first before you start.
there's people here.
I understand,
And
but
music.
but
Give me
these
music.
people are on the job, and there are rules about that kind of thing, and entertainment being in certain places. So let's check in with the leadership first and make sure that nobody gets in any trouble.
That's
I'm
glaring.
sure they would appreciate
That's
the
glaring,
diversion.
Marion.
I'm sure they would appreciate the diversion, just maybe not here, right now.
Fine.
I mean, unless you want, and I sort of motion towards the average grunts, like, unless you want these poor souls to get in trouble for something that we did. I mean, you don't want that, do you?
Why would they get in trouble for listening to music?
And they wouldn't get in trouble for listening to music. They might get in trouble for letting you play it until we've checked in to make sure it's okay.
We'll do it your way.
Excellent. I'm sure that this will all sort itself out just momentarily. It's just a pause. It's they will see you approaching, and they will know that music is imminent, and they will be ready to listen and to enjoy.
She will put.
And I am in fact using my persuasion.
You don't need to. She'll just put them away.
That's fine. I'm gonna do it anyway. So yeah, I'll wind my way towards the command tent.
Okay. You get to the command tent, and at the entrance there are a couple of like armed guards, like shields at the ready, spears up, just like, but they don't like they kind of give your group kind of a look over, but they don't like try to bar you from going in.
But I will at the very least I will check in with the guards first. People love their chain of command in places like this, so I'll check in with the guards, and I introduce myself. I'm Varian Rain. I'm here from concerns in Neverwinter. We've been hearing reports of strange things, including a mercenary group calling themselves the Iron Snakes, and we just wanted to announce ourselves and make sure that we weren't stepping on anybody's toes. See if we needed to check in with anybody. It seems like you have a sortie going on here. Make sure that we don't interfere in your work and accidentally make ourselves a nuisance.
And one of them will look at me like, well, if you want to talk to anybody about the Iron Snakes, you could talk to their captain who's in the tent here.
Excellent.
Didn't they have a signing bonus we could take advantage of?
I mean, you guys still have the letter.
You do.
So, for all they know, you just took a little while to make your way here.
They don't need to know nothing.
And you did pay the kid, even though you didn't have to pay the kid.
Yeah, like I said, they don't bar your way. They like, yeah, their captain's inside the tent along with our captain.
Should we wait, or I don't want to interrupt.
One of them kind of peeks his head, like to look into the tent. No, I think you're good.
Yeah, excellent. So I'll wait and see if anyone else wants to join me, but I'm definitely going to go into the tent.
Antonio's
Oh, yeah,
kind of
no,
like
I'll-
on auto follow at this point because he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, soldiers, so I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, I'll
Sarah's
be
just
following you
death
then.
glaring Varian right now.
Okay, I think I can live with that. I mean, if you start hurling the vicious mockery, though, my intimidate is the same as my persuasion. So I am equipped for that. Yeah, so I'll go into the tent, and I will, since nobody seems to be directing us, I will get the lay of the land inside, and then I'll wait sort of at the periphery for recognition.
Okay, you see a couple of human males standing at a table with a map on it, kind of looking at some stuff. And one of them looks up. Says, "Come on in. Don't worry about leaving the door, like blocking the door."
I'll give your standard soldier salute, fist to the chest kind of style, and introduce myself. And anyone else that followed. So it sounds like Antonio and Escher both followed. Did Sarah follow, or is she
Yeah, Sarah followed.
tuning up outside?
she's following.
Okay.
And
Begrudgingly.
She's just not happy with you.
she's just standing there. She's not
But
saluting or anything because well, she's not military.
I do use sort of I do employ a little bit more flattery with the titles as I'm introducing you. You know, Master Antonio, Master Escher, Mr. Serenader, the great, the famous Serenader. As I introduce all
And
of our.
she will curtsy.
There you go.
As,
Antonio does like the stop.
Asher will give a respectful bow to them as you introduce me.
So the one that waved you in on Barian, you can see is wearing the flaming fist like armor, and he kind of nods at you. Welcome. How can we help you?
Give me all your money, bitches.
And Baron's like, shit. Okay, let me go to my griffin. I'm gonna fly away and let you guys handle that.
Fly away.
go.
Antonio steps out. Nope.
Nope.
Someone ate a bucket full of idiot this morning. All right, I'm out.
I like that one. So I tell them that we're here because we've been hearing strange reports of constructs in the woods, and we're searching for a companion of ours. I do mention the attack in Mossstone and motion towards the three of you that you were instrumental in solving it, and I mention in passing, but I don't make it official that I am from Cormyr and that we're representing concerns from up and down the coast to see if we can sort of figure out if there's a commonality between the attacks in Mossstone and what's happened here, and strange reports from the Neverwinter Wood of creatures and such. And, most of all looking for our wayward associate is the word I was looking for. And I specifically say, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't interfering in anyone's jurisdictions here and making sure that we didn't step on anyone's toes or make you seem like we're a threat to you.
He'll nod as you're going through everything. And once you finish, he goes, so your associate, were they part of the Flaming Fist?
I have to turn to Antonio and Escher and Sarah to talk about that since I don't know anything about them.
No, she is an associate of our guild, and she was just doing some reconnaissance in the area. We've heard something along large automatons, something like that, and she was just tracking down a lead for the most part, and when she got back to us, she sounded distressed, so.
He kind of looks at the other guy and goes, you're the mercenary guy, you talk to them.
Well, I mean, so is the Flaming Fist guy. Flaming Fist Mercenary Corporation.
He's not caring if they're not part of the Flaming Fist.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm more here because I don't want them stabbing me in the back. I don't feel like fighting the Flaming Fist today.
And he goes, well, so you lost an associate, huh? This is the other human. If they were part of like somebody that I sent out with my group, can I get their name? See if it's someone on my list, so I might know where they were.
I don't think they were anybody that you had sent out. She was for a separate guild. We were just making sure you guys were aware of our presence, so like he said, we're not stepping on any toes.
If there's anything we need to know, any place that you want us to avoid. And of course,
well, I mean,
of course, my associate here would love to repay your kindness in entertainment for the troops. She has bagpipes that she very much wishes to unleash upon the world, and
The captain guy of the Flaming Fist goes, "We can't have any loudness happening right now. It stops away from us being alerted of what's happening in the forest."
Nah.
Sarah
That's
just
not
sighs.
Antonio. He's quiet.
Listen, I'm not happy about it, but I suspected that there was going to be problems if you started just performing in here.
Because we know if one of our patrols has encountered these constructs, as you say, and if they failed in getting past them, the constructs aren't very quiet about it.
That is very good to know.
So it helps us to know when there's something that's gone wrong, at least if it's close to the camp.
Can we perhaps assist you while we're performing our business? Is there anything that we could help you with?
As well, from what we can tell, there seems to be patrolling, and he walks over to the map, which essentially is a map of the woods. He goes, there seems to be at least two sets of, or two rings of these patrolling constructs. One set, let me go to, see if it'll let me draw a shape, or if it's going to be stupid.
Second one.
Probably. I'm trying to draw to make it. That's not working. Make sure I get it the right size, and then I'll move it to where it needs to go. Do. It's just taking a while. That'll work for the sizes. They're not perfect, but with how laggy it's being, it's gonna have to do. So he points out. Oh, now comes. How could I? Why won't it let me move it? Ooh, there we go. Yeah, so he points out that there's one set of these patrols at that first bigger ring. And another set, if I can position it close enough. Damn it. Essentially around, around like the word sharp. There.
So just kind
Because
of
there
like
seems to be-
centered and then more in the smaller circle.
Yeah. So there seems to be two sets of them there. And we haven't got it ourselves. It's just been like our scouting troops as they're trying to figure out exactly what's going on. I guess if you are found, these constructs ask you questions, but they, for one, seem to be randomized questions. And two, they also seem to not like the answers sometimes, and that's when they will let out a loud sound. And if you answer too many questions wrong, then they send an alert that essentially lets any other constructs around know to head to where they are to fight whatever intruders there are. But currently we haven't had anyone be able to get past the second ring.
How thick are the patrols? How many are there? Does it seem?
We're not
Clearly
sure.
enough that you haven't been able to get within. What is the
They
scale on this map? I forgot. 20 miles. Or something?
Every hex is 10 miles.
That's a huge area.
Yeah.
So
they seem to be unending from what we can tell, because we had a patrol out that took out one, and a second patrol showed up And as they were taking out that one, a third one, and they just seemed to keep on coming. They had to run to not get killed. But according to a couple of scouts, like they were literally asked things that they didn't understand why they were being asked. Like, one of them said that the thing just wanted to know what his name was. And like what he was doing there in the woods.
See, now if this was Torval, he would ask, "What is your quest? What is your favorite color?" Quick, somebody pull up the average airspeed velocity of an unleadened swallow. And I haven't been through here. I mean, I was through here recently, but prior to that, it's been several years. I don't remember hearing stories about this before. When did this start? Could you say?
I think we first started getting reports about it like about 3 months ago. Like some hunters were coming out here to like hunt something down and they noticed the first ones and were able to get away and alerted, some passing by Flaming Fist on the road, but it takes a while for word to get up and down the coastway. So by the time it got to Baldur's Gate and we were able to start getting people out, they'd been here for quite a while.
Have you seen them outside of their apparent patrol areas? Are they outside? Are they more towards the periphery of the woods anywhere else, or is it just this local?
They seem to be centered. We've sent scouts all around the wood, and they seem to be centered at those two circles. So we're guessing there's something in the center, but we just haven't been able to get anyone close enough yet.
So aside from the name and such, what other kinds of questions have they been asking? Anything mystical in nature, maybe? Magical? Asking for specific information besides, relatively unimportant personal information?
They asked them, like, what's their... One of them, like... Yeah, one of them asked them, like, what was their purpose in the woods? Another one just asked them, what's their purpose? Which seemed very open-ended, and the soldier didn't know exactly how to answer that one, because
That's a very broad question.
Yeah.
Very, very philosophical question, yeah.
That too. Now, not trying to degrade your men or anything along those lines, in terms of skill on the ones that were actually encountering these things, were they severely under-equipped? Was it just the numbers?
Well, I mean, like I said, with some of them, they just seem to keep on coming, and we're only human. He kind of pauses and he says that. I mean, we're only human, but
I get the sentiment, but
we can only go on for so long before we would tire out. And if these things are as unending as they seem, then eventually it essentially becomes a battle of attrition with your own body. And then I know that at least one group that had gotten to the second set, when they answered the questions wrong, not only did it have like the what was first questioning them, attacking them, there were some decently sized, like half-size ballista shots shooting their direction from somewhere in the forest, but they couldn't tell where.
we'd heard that there was potential for those. Okay.
Yeah, but those only seem to be further in.
He looks over at Barry and, well, I guess she got decently far in then. Okay.
Does the second ring present harder questions, or do they just not question anybody at all once they get to that point?
No, they seem to almost have the same ones, but it's sometimes they don't like the answers no matter what. They seem very fickle things.
Do you have any spellcrafters here or clergy, perhaps, that have seen them? Maybe they have some more specific insight.
I mean, we do have some clergy here that have gone to been on patrols, and I mean, from what they can tell, they're nothing like undead or fiendish or anything like that. They just seem to be, at least the ones asking the questions, walking suits of armor. And anybody arcane has noted the same thing. Like they're some kind of arcane powered armor that walks on its own.
So nothing unusual except for their behavior.
Yeah.
No unusual construction, no
Not that we've
unusual
seen,
level of
but
intelligence. Okay.
no.
Sort of sidebar. These sound similar, I'm assuming, to the ones that we saw in the shop. I think they were Helm's Horrors. Right?
They would sound kind of like that. They kind of sound like that.
The Helm's
The
Horrors.
Helm's Horrors you saw, the ones in that shop, didn't have any legs. And they were floating.
And did they have like this internal, you could visibly see the magical stuff? I know like on a couple of the generic images they sometimes do, so.
Trying to remember where we put that. I think I technically had that in character reference because they weren't under. I didn't put them in Monster's Face so far because you never faced them.
Yeah, we were just.
Oh no, they weren't. Maybe I did put them in Monster's Face so far because
they're not in there.
I thought you did.
I think I might have. Hold on,
posted them somewhere.
Yeah,
they're not. Yeah, they're not in.
They're in the other
Or
art.
is it other art? There it is. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, those you can see. Like that kind of thing.
So you can see, like, on the Helmed Horrors, they had, like, an internal something that seemed like it was supporting the armor.
Yeah, like a visibly glowing red.
Right. Okay, the
with
reason
those.
that I ask is just Antonio's going to try and equate this to what he saw. Like, from the Helmed Horrors. And basically, like, is it going to be like this, or is it going to be completely separate? To try and, like, narrow down potentially what it is, so... In character, he'll ask...
Well, I mean, they're...
Yeah.
I mean, they're walking suits of, looks like, steel, silver kind of armor. Very spiky armor, it looks like.
But there's no internal glow or...
No, but you can't... In any opening that you can see through it. If it's not being blocked by, like, say, the metal. Uh-oh. We lost a Barian.
Oh no.
Dun dun dun. He's even like offline in Discord. Uh-oh, what happened?
I wonder if his internet went out or something.
Dun dun dun.
So while we're trying to figure out where he went, had it been discussed what happens if you get the questions wrong and if you leave? Do they follow you or?
Nobody asked that yet.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I didn't want to ask a question that had already been asked.
You weren't paying attention, were you?
There were some mild distractions, yes.
I don't expect you to, Travis, because you're playing Sarah.
Oh well, here's the thing, Brandon. You can't question me like that because I have keen mind. So technically, Asher would know what they were talking about.
Asher would be paying attention. I'm just not.
Precisely. Thank you. He gets it.
I'm not giving you an excuse. I'm clarifying your already given excuse.
I don't have to pay attention anymore. That's why I chose that feat.
But It does. It's only retained for a month.
I know.
It does. It does
I
specify that.
supposedly just heard it a couple minutes ago, so I'm perfectly fine.
I know. No, I'm just saying. If you're like, oh, what about this? I remember hearing about this, and if it's been a month ago, I'm gonna be like, sorry.
Yeah.
You back?
Give it a second.
Comcast.
As soon as you popped out, I was like, well, I don't see him in Discord, and it took a minute for your thing to pop out of Roll20. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I had to go down and restart the modem again. I don't know why. It's just it randomly. It usually does it at night. It doesn't do it while I'm in the middle of something. But piece of
Weird.
Yeah. All right. I'm back now.
So we'll go ahead. Escher had actually asked if something had been asked. So Escher can now ask the question now that you're back.
So with these constructs, if they are asked these questions and they do not like your answer, if you retreat, do they follow you and continue attacking, or are you able to leave the area once they alert themselves?
So once they get to the point where they're attacking you, they only seem to follow so far. They try to stay. It seems they try to stay within a certain area, so they will only chase so far before they stop and they go back to their patrol.
Okay. Good to know.
Have you been able to figure out how many wrong answers you get before they go hostile?
3.
Of course, it's 3.
It's always 3.
It's always 3.
I was about to say that too. All right.
Yeah.
I don't like this
Yeah,
game anymore.
Yeah. So if you guys want to go ahead and try to go figure it out, more power to you, because we can only have so much of the Flaming Fist to try to go in there, because we still have to patrol the rest of the coast way that we do.
Of course, yeah.
And he kind of looks over the Iron Snakes, and he's not having any luck with his people either, because they're still kind of rebuilding. So,
Well, we'd be happy to take a look, and anything we can learn about this, we'd be happy to pass along.
yeah, he starts writing something, and kind of walks past you guys, and go. You hear him say to one of the guards, give this to one of the messengers, send him to the scouts so they can let anybody else that's in the woods know. Because I wrote down a little description of each of you and your names, so you won't be hassled by our scouts that are in the forest.
Appreciate it.
Baron will give a little bow of respect. Not quite. So every time Baron bows, there's a degree that he will not pass. Like as in it's reserved for royalty. You can't bend any further than this. But the little really quick Miyagi bow is what he'll give. And I appreciate we appreciate your help and apologize for the interruption.
You also don't show the back of your neck to your enemy. That's an easy way to lose your head.
Always look eye.
All right then.
Take our leave.
Whatever you can let us know sounds good to me.
Of course.
And on our way out to Sarah, I said, I do apologize, but I expected that they would have a noise alert going on here.
Sarah's not even looking at you right now.
All right, that's fine.
But it wasn't his call now.
I've been hated by people that are as important as Sarah thinks she is. That's okay. I can handle it.
She's just not she doesn't hate you. She's just not a fan of you right now.
That's all right. I mean, I thought that the Griffin would earn me a couple of points, but okay. All right. I get it.
And as you guys are walking to head the direction, they kind of say, "Where to go?" You all suddenly hear one thing. You'll also just hear a
like a wrong
And then-
sound.
Kind of, and then like everybody in the area just kind of stop and kind of like look in the direction it came from, and they wait. You don't hear anything again, and they kind of just go back to what they were doing.
Baron's like, well, that sounds like a good direction to start. I'd just as soon confront these things head on and get it over with.
I mean, that's what I was gonna do. I don't anticipate you guys are as. He looks at Barian in his full plate armor as quiet as I can be. No,
I light up
offense,
the
but-
world. No, none taken. But as it is, I don't like our chances of trying to fly into that place if these walking ballista are flying around too. So I just as soon stick to the ground myself. I've only got one feather fall, and I'd rather not use it if I don't have to.
I understand that. All right. Now are we gonna want to ride in, and I'll kind of keep an extra ear out, or do we want to go in on foot?
We've got so much ground to cover, it's going to take us a long time to get to the center that they're talking about if we go on foot, but we
That
could.
and the fact that it would be easier to beat a hasty retreat if we have our mounts with us.
Yeah.
Also a good point. So if we run into one, I think someone taking a little bit of distance just to get them out of a potential line of fire might be a good idea. Because I'm sure they probably couldn't handle much, as nearly as much as we can.
I might also suggest before we need it, if we have to retreat, scatter in every direction except for this one. That way we don't leave them back here. It sounds like they've got a maximum line that they would go to, but let's not make these guys any more jumpy than they have to be.
Mm-hmm.
Either we all go in the same direction and try to spread out a bit so that we're not an easy target, or we each go separate ways and find a way to link back into each other. Maybe we just say head north, since the tree line will be pretty obvious once you reach it. You won't get lost that way.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a plan.
Alright, so we mount back up and head on in?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me
Right,
1 second.
and-
I'm trying to do something real fast.
Baron's been messing with this on the trip, just sort of pulling a wand now and then so that he knows exactly how it works.
Okay, let me.
Oh, I'm just
I'm
gonna
tweaking
pull
with
a wand.
something real fast, and then if you go ahead and roll me a D100, and then I will let you know what it looks like. A 3, okay.
Comes out
It's
like
been
a
so long since it's been so long since I've looked at them. I don't know them off the top of my head.
Hmm.
Give me a sec. I mean, not that I would know too many off the top of my head anyway, since there are
Sure,
100 of them.
Yeah.
You pull it out, and on the base of it, there's. It looks like the head of a creature. Almost looks like. I mean, obviously, Barian wouldn't know this reference, but I'm just saying it for your reference. It almost looks like the head of like Dobby from Harry Potter.
Ugh.
It's like, and Baron's sort of looking at it while we're walking. Like, well, this thing's hideous.
There we go. Sorry, I remade the rings, threw them on GM level so that I don't have to mess with them anymore.
My Arcana is probably not good enough for me to figure out what it does without testing it.
Nope.
Yeah. All right. So it's disappears after an hour. I have to attune to it for like a minute. Is that what it was?
What?
Or,
The wand? No. Once you're attuned to the quiver, the wands, you don't have to do anything special with the wands except for pull them out, and then you go to use it.
I'll have it in case I need it.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'd say you guys, if you guys are going to continue traveling, you did have like 10 more miles you could go. Well, 9.5 since you went half a mile to get to this place at the 30-mile marker.
Yeah.
So you would be able to get one more hex over. So just at like, depending on what you guys want to go, if you guys want to camp out before the forest, if you want to have a camp in the forest, depend on you guys.
Probably the edge of the forest will be
50-50.
Half you in the forest, half you out.
Yep.
All right, let's have a roll off. Everyone roll a d20. Let's see who's in, who's out.
No. I will be camping on the outside of the forest.
Sarah would be on the in the forest, but on the edge. Yeah, Sarah will be on inside, but on the edge.
Okay.
I'm definitely in the tree.
Yeah. So Barian and
like,
Sarah are just within. The other two are out.
Y'all just gonna get rained on for no reason.
All right. If you guys want to go ahead and roll me perception checks, if you guys are keeping the same
Yeah.
schedule.
Hey, we rolled the same thing, Asher.
Yay! But you're
Hey,
still
we rolled
gonna
the
get
same thing.
everything.
Sarah.
That's funny. Okay. Nothing special for you, Antonio. Same thing with you, Barian. Escher and Sarah, you two notice. Escher, I'd say you're 20. You notice this faster because you're not in the forest. As you start to feel raindrops.
I was like, well, shit, that backfired on me. No, I was right. They're raining.
I mean, you would have felt it anyways because you don't sleep in a tent.
It's true.
But about halfway through your watch, it's not a hard rain. It's like a drizzle, but
Asher just kind of chuckles. Huh. All right.
Good thing Escher's a turtle.
That is true, Travis. Very good. You rolled a high enough perception.
Wow. What's the condescending skill here?
Not very high.
vicious mockery.
No, that's vicious mockery. Yeah. I didn't know I sure had that spell. That's weird. I guess everyone has the spell. They just can't all do damage with it.
Only emotional damage.
All right. Okay, so you guys wake up the next morning. Little bit of drizzle going on, like I said. Nothing too crazy.
All right, we continue on in. I mean, it seems like we're just going to find one of these and essentially just going to get into a fight.
Pretty much.
I mean, I was going to talk to it first and then get into a fight.
I said essentially, not looking for a fight.
At our inevitable failure, we will fight, yes.
Yeah. At what seems like these things don't actually give a shit about your answer.
Okay, so are you guys going to try to keep the same pace, or are you going a little slower at all?
I mean, if we're sort of talking about it in character, it's like I almost expect that they're waiting for a specific person or specific people. That's why they don't care about the answers.
More than likely. But
Maybe they're waiting. Maybe they're waiting for somebody. The fact that they activated. It sounds like they activated around the same time as the attack at Mossstone. Maybe there's a connection there. Maybe they activated because of the left. Maybe they're waiting for somebody who's fighting them. Is what my approach is here, anyway. Maybe we. I wonder how smart they are if they can recognize people walking in a group, or if they're going to ask each one of us to get 3 wrong answers. Because I'd certainly be willing to make the pitch first, and if you guys are in hiding, maybe they don't see you and they don't think that you're associated.
I don't think that's a bad plan. I think it wouldn't hurt for the first time to have somebody basically be cannon fodder for the rest of us.
Now you're speaking my language. I'm having a ball apparently.
Hey, at least you're not having to.
No, I've got 2, and I do ride a lot, so sometimes I have to wonder myself, but.
All right, so onward we go.
All right. Which direction are you guys going to technically be going? Obviously
That
to the
way.
east, but
I was
you
just
have
thinking due east. Just
Okay.
straight in.
Yeah.
Antonio's a no bullshit kind of guy. That way.
I mean,
He's
we'll
like,
have to.
we're
We'll
going
have to,
straight to where we need to go. I mean, the sooner we hit these fuckers, the better.
Yeah, I mean,
Just to make it-
navigation-wise,
let me-
we have to go southeast a little bit anyway at some point.
I was
So
saying,
let's
let
just
me-
go east
because
all
I
the
have
way.
them set where I want them now. So let me go ahead and it'll let me. Actually, I'm gonna do this better. Hold on. I'm gonna put them on the map layer,
There you go.
so I don't have to worry about accidentally moving them. So this would be about I got them as close as I could with how laggy it's being for me. This was essentially where you were told the 2 circles are.
Yeah.
So you guys gonna go for like the upper left, like right here?
Yeah, I mean, since we're in
Yeah.
forest that isn't necessarily easy to navigate by the maps that we've got, I'd say we just go east until we hit the at least hit the first line, and then start going east southeast.
You know what's funny? Escher does have the ability to tell exact what directions we're traveling, so
He does.
He does.
Nobody
He
spoke
can
up.
tell.
Spoke up.
He can tell. He can tell directions. He can tell. Escher can tell time.
well, I can tell how close we are to sunrise and sunset.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
So can I. The sun.
Well, I can tell you by the hour, like how long we have until then.
So essentially, you can
Look
tell
at Mr. Fancy
time.
Pants.
Look at Mr. Fancy Pants right here.
All right,
Yeah.
so
Look at Mr. Fancy Shell.
as you guys get to the line, I need to reveal it. You guys would be coming from the left.
That's this side.
Thank
Good
you,
job,
Mr. Directions.
You're welcome.
And before we get into anything that's battle wise, another 5-minute break, I would say. It's been
Okay.
been almost 2 hours since our last one, so might as well.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, so we'll be right back.
I haven't left, so. I'm here.
Yeah, you have. You just didn't know it yet.
I'm trying to race the brake here.
You're what?
I'm trying to race the brake. Why do you keep dinging at me? Stop dinging at me.
Literally our entire party anytime there's downtime. Brain Ogric. If there was a door,
I
it
mean-
would probably have been kicked out.
I mean, if you paid attention to the interview with, I almost said Torvald, with Marion and Sapphire there, when what exactly did she say? Where is it? Yeah, as he asked her, like it when the like alarm had gone on. Wait, I was just there, and then it just tossed me to another conversation. What are you doing? Yeah, she said most of the house was eating dinner at the time, with just the people down in the lower basement still working on whatever projects they were doing, like they
Mhm.
always do. All right, everybody's ready.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
What-
What'd I do?
Technically, what size are your guys' horses?
Large.
Large.
Large. Okay.
I'm
About
working on
horse size.
tokens. Yeah, I'm working on tokens right now. That's why I was racing. But
Oh,
I-
gotcha.
I
said they
just
They could have just used Almacurb.
what the fuck?
We can't make it
No.
large. That's the issue.
I could.
That's fair.
You could, but I mean,
I would like my own horse.
what the hell did I do? I hit a button and now Photoshop is freaking out here.
I don't know.
I've never seen this particular problem before. I don't know. Let's see. R is ruler, so T. No, that was what I meant to do. Shift R, Shift T. No, shit. Well,
Escher, you can ride a Minotaur.
I don't want to ride myself.
not sure what happened
Where is it? There it is. Had to make sure I pulled up the correct encounter. In case I need stuff.
You mean when?
there.
In case I need stuff.
When you need stuff.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much inevitable.
Oh man, last night I had spent time working on something for so long for the campaign, making a map, and exported it from Dungeon Painter Studio.
Yeah.
I believe that's what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I accidentally ported it as the wrong kind. I didn't realize it at first. So I went to throw it on the roll 20, and it's like, oh, this is too big. I'm like, no, I can't shrink it. No, and then I realized, oh wait, wrong file type. Hold on.
I did that a couple
Did it
times,
right.
and I got so mad. I didn't even realize that there was such a file size limiter on Roll20.
Yeah.
That was the day.
And then grabbed the correct one and did it, and then it worked. And I was just like, whew.
Mm-hmm. The
Because
stress.
I did not want to have to go back to try to redo that and like in pieces.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, essentially, that's what I did for the guild house. The guild house is literally different set pieces. Because if you remember, in like session 1 and 2, I think it was, every single floor was its own map,
Yep, I remember that.
and then I combined them into one. And like, I don't want to do this for other stuff. So that'll be stupid.
Roll20 yells at you. It's like, hey, if you have too big of a map, it might be difficult to load. It's like, shut the fuck up. I know.
Quiet you. Almost there.
Longer load versus annoying clicking back and forth. I think I'll take the longer load.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because in Tarkov, they have been having server issues, and they finally implemented a queue before you can even load the game. And people were so butthurt about it. Like, I didn't play all this money to play. I'm like, you paid. You paid for them to develop this game because it's still in beta. And like, they still have the cube, but everyone was like, yo, shut the fuck up. They're trying to fix the issues. And they're like, still.
As in,
I love every time you make that sound, you briefly cut out. It's so funny.
Discord's like, no, I don't want you whining.
We just hear, what? All right. Jeez.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Bah, bah, bah. I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
Yep. No, why did you do that? There it goes.
That was weird.
It doesn't import a line to the grid immediately, so.
Oh yeah. Actually, I used to just do like, just to upload it. Like hit the upload button and find it by file. And the other day, just by accident, I just dragged one over, and it popped on. I was like, oh, that's a lot easier than having to. I wish I would have known that. I just have to shrink them down to whatever size they need to be.
Yep, you don't have to upload them individually all the time.
Okay, they should all be movable by all players right now.
Who just dragged theirs off? Hey, wait a minute. No, bring me to front. Send this horse to the back.
Okay, where's Sarah's?
You said you wanted black and white spots. That's the best I could do on short notice.
This one?
It's the one with black and white spots. That's the one.
You should bring the player tokens to the front so we can put them on top.
what I was just saying.
I'm literally doing that right now. I'm putting the horse tokens
Hey,
to the.
you know, it'd be a fantastic idea if the player tokens were brought to the front.
It's weird that Roll20 is sometimes not user friendly for things like this.
You know, it'd be more funny if I did that.
Oh,
Oh no! I moved the map. Uh-oh. Is that where it was? Yeah, that's where it was. Okay, let's see if I can. Now I have to target each of you by, like, one by one. Otherwise, it makes me grab the map.
that's what you get for fucking around.
That's what I get.
You fucked around and you found out.
There we go.
In other words, you gonna learn today.
All right, so you guys would be coming in. Have your, I would say you'd probably want to have everyone at the edge at first, because essentially, as soon as you're getting to the area, Antonio's radars would be going off.
Yeah. Clank, 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 clank.
Sarah, get off my horse.
Sarah's just grabbing other people's horses. I want
No,
more
I
horse.
moved her.
So adorable.
I want more horse.
I like how you have Antonio and Barian sitting on the middle of their horse, their mount token, and the other ones are like sitting on their face
because
or feet,
we know about the alt button.
right? There we go. Just waiting on Escher. Whatever.
It's fine.
All right, so are you just gonna circle around your horse?
Well, no, now he's sitting on the back of it.
Escher can literally run faster than his horse normally. So
I hate when that happens. I moved him, and when I let go of Alt, my whole Roll20 screen went white.
oh yeah, that sucks.
I don't know why it does that. Okay,
Neither-
so yeah, you guys get about here, and Antonio, you hear some metal clanking coming from the south, like southeast, and roll me a go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. I want to see if you can figure out how many feet you hear.
Oh boy.
Like
I'm
you
so
hear feet,
good at these.
right? That's why it's funny.
Could be worse.
Hey, middle of the road is fine. There's a reason why there's a middle to the road.
You hear about actually the amount that you got. You hear about that many feet.
Oh, lovely.
There will say,
That
Sarah
means
will
there's
pipe
10
up and be
people,
like,
right?
I mean, maybe.
Sarah will
They
be
could
like,
all
"Hey,
be
guys,
one-legged. I don't know.
I think maybe everyone's been trying to talk to him. Maybe I should try play to them.
You do that.
Okay. Sarah will immediately just start galloping forward.
Antonio climbs this tree.
Well, she will dismount the horse, and
In actuality, he's just like tying the horse to the tree.
Varian's getting off of the griffin. He's like, wait, what? What's going on?
There's clanking, and like I
Well,
said,
no, but he's pointing at Sarah, who's going, fucking thunder ass down the street here. She's just gone. I turn around. What? All right, and I tell Moria to defend the horses, because she can understand a language that I speak.
Yep.
in actuality, he is gonna hide in the bushes over here.
Okay, you're gonna hide. Go ahead and roll me a stealth.
That's what I was doing.
Do it faster.
Do it now.
Oh, that's not a 9, that's a 6, right? I was like, that's the wrong number.
There's your 9.
Glad I could help.
I'm gonna say you guys got those rolls because you guys are hiding at the same bush. You're like, oh, there's not enough room.
I mean, I can make you feel better about your lives here. There you go.
Was that a
All right.
Wait, hold on. I'm saying yours is a disadvantage because you're wearing plate.
I mean,
If you're
5
trying
is
to
low
stealth.
enough for a goof roll, but okay.
No, I mean if you're, if you're actually trying to be stealthy, but if you're
No, I'm
if
not.
you're not,
I was just trying to make their lives, shinier, happier. Look, see how low it could have gone.
So you guys notice that Antonio actually takes his bow off of his back as opposed to just shoot.
Are we in initiative yet, or do we?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
So the first set of clanging appears as kind of coming out from the forest and getting here. You see a pair of what look like metallic hounds
Bark, bark.
coming out, kind of.
Metal Wolfies.
Oh, screw it. Escher's gonna be over here.
Antonio gives you some side eye because like you chose my bush and then you ran away.
Hey guys, he's over here.
Yeah, can Sarah move here?
Yep. And
we're not
as
in
you're moving there,
initiative.
both of them seem to be like, kind of sniffing. They sound like they're sniffing, and then they both just kind of look in the direction of like where you guys are. Like not only you two up the top, but you two that are trying to hide in the bushes.
Oh, I'm not hiding
Sarah?
anymore. I'm just
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the horses.
Will pull out her flute and proceed to play a nice, like, woodsy type song.
I am purposely staying within 5 feet. But I mean, I'll let her do her thing. So I've got my shield up and my sword's still sheathed. I haven't drawn it yet in case they respond hostilely, but I've got my shield up for sure.
And they both kind of make a metallic like barking noise. And then coming from behind him, and he gets about this far with his movement. You see exactly what was described to you: a walking suit of armor, silvery steel with a bunch of spikes all over it.
Sarah continues to play.
And you said they're looking in Antonio's direction?
Yeah, so one of them is going to actually head off, kind of gets about here, kind of looking at both of you. There's a slight kind of metallic growling. And this one gets about here and does the same thing. In the suit of armor, because they're freaking slow, gets here.
Does anybody have the ability to cast silence?
I do not.
Yeah, let me just pull out my wand.
Oh, speaking
I
of
mean,
wands,
I can-
that wand that you had is gone.
It's gone. Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah.
while I'm waiting to see if Sarah triggers a death response here, I might as well just pull a wand, see what happens. Where am I? Doop.
65.
I get 65 wands. Yeah. I got more wands than I got hand.
Trying to describe this one. I don't know how I would describe this one really. You pull out the wand, and this one doesn't really have anything like. The closest that I'm trying to. How would this one look?
Looks like
an ass.
I was gonna say it looks like Mr. Poops.
So it looks like, let's say actually, just to be kind of not make fun of, but to kind of do a thing that would make more sense with you, Barian. It looks like that there's a plate on it that has like food lifting off of it.
Brian's like, oh, this will go well. This will go well. What is this gonna do? Make a banquet for these guys? Maybe it'll help. All right.
Where are the jerseys? I lost my mouse for a second. I'm moving my mouse. I'm like, where'd it go on my screen?
I'm just out loud saying I have no goddamn idea. All right. But yeah,
So this dog is going to get about there. This one gets like here and stops moving where it goes.
Derek,
And-
continue to play.
He'll get about right here. Halt.
I ain't moving.
Continues to play.
Yep.
Stands there for a second. I need to figure out. It's gonna make this easier eventually. I need to figure out a way to. I need to hook up my like stream deck so I can switch voices faster.
You said halt. You didn't say silence, so
Yep.
she can keep playing.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
It kind of looks and kind of like waits there. It almost seems to be like looking between both of you.
I've got one hand out with the hand that's holding the shield also has the wand. So I've got my free hand out, as in, hey, I ain't being aggressive or anything.
So it's gonna look in. Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and look at you, Barian, since you're gonna have your hand up.
What is your name?
Derek continues to play.
I will let Sarah play for a beat, but if it doesn't seem like it takes music as an answer, I identify myself. Varian Reign of Cormyr.
Okay, yeah, it doesn't seem to be caring about the music. It could care less.
That's what I've thought.
And you say that, and it kind of sits there for a second.
Who are you traveling with?
This is the peerless Madam Serenader, known across worlds, famous bard, winner of the Battle of the Bards by default. We have Master Antonio of some distant land that I don't know. And we have Master Escher, a traveler and scholar of the woodlands.
Asher bows as he's acknowledged.
Antonio stands up, puts his bow on his back, and just kind of does a fucking sure.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, that. I mean, not that I feel like I can persuade a construct. It's also probably some of my persuasive skills are getting lost in the flutes.
So it kind of like stands there and just continues looking at your direction. Almost feel it like peering really into you.
That's okay.
What is your purpose in this forest?
Daryl will stop and say, to entertain, and go back to playing.
Sorry, what you said? My headset went weird.
Good. Travis, repeat.
What'd you say?
Sarah will stop playing, and she will say, to entertain.
Doesn't seem to answer anything, and doesn't seem to even look in your direction.
Okay. As I was waiting, I waited purposely to see what its response was, and to find a wayward member of our guild, and to investigate what troubles this forest and what may trouble you, to offer assistance where we can, to fight the Leth. And I purposely I throw it in there, just like, you know what? If I give them enough answers, maybe one of them will be the right one.
It stands there and looks at you. Oh, and one thing I forgot to add to the pointiness of this thing, you notice on it there are 2 longswords on its back and 2 daggers on its hip. I forgot to clarify that. So it stands there, and you can almost hear like If it had a computer, you would like hear the hard drive going.
The old school floppy drive.
Yeah.
Ken Barron to himself, like, please, one of those answers be acceptable. Just one of them is fine. I don't know which one. Just, maybe they like the music. Who cares?
You may proceed.
Oh shit!
And Barron's like, shit. My notebook's over by the griffin. I need to write down what I said. Okay.
And the lower dog will go ahead and meet up with the other two.
I'll give them the same sort of Miyagi always look eye cautious bow. Thank you for your okay, you're just walking away. All right.
Yeah, they tell you to proceed, and then they just start going.
And I'm
I
orbiting.
almost got Sarah. Sarah almost started following.
I am orbiting Sarah as they pass her, just to make sure that I'm between, just in case.
Until they just
shield.
wander off.
Antonio's literally just like scratching his head, like, how that fucking worked?
Sarah will like as soon as it says you may proceed, Sarah will stop. Like, what the fuck?
And Barry sort of he puts the wand. He just puts the wand back in the quiver because who cares? And it's like he brushes his hands off. All right. Well, some part of that worked.
The wand doesn't go back into the quiver, by the way.
Okay, then I just drop it because
you try to put it in the quiver, and it looks like seems to hit a barrier.
All right. And well, no, so it's like I was like, well, what the hell? And I just cast it to the ground.
Okay, how do you want to cast prestidigitation on the ground?
I mean, I didn't know what it was, so I just sort of, Wingardium Leviosa, just to the ground. See what it does.
Yeah, the grass gets a lot cleaner. It gets cleaned up from where one of the robots stepped in it and dragged dirt on the grass in that area. All of a sudden, it's clean.
And Barry's like, "Oh man, I can do that." All right.
That's why I made the joke.
Yeah, I know. It's like, well, okay. So one of those answers was okay.
Clearly it was to entertain.
Hey, maybe that one too. I'm not going to
just
say
be
no.
that you're being truthful. I mean,
Possibly. All right. That was easier than I thought it was going to be. Baron's like surprisingly cheerful. He's like, hey, that is not how those things usually go.
Antonio's still just like, how the fuck?
To Morier as he mounts up, he's like, usually that goes a lot worse for us, doesn't it? It's usually there's a lot more claws and death, but that was all right.
Antonio pops out his new rapier. Soon. He puts it back.
If it doesn't look like Sarah is immediately going to her horse, I'll just grab its reins and follow along.
Yeah, Sarah will go back.
Okay.
Okay, so how do I select both tokens?
Click and drag.
By selecting both tokens.
I selected both. Shit.
All right, so you guys continue to the other edge of the map. You hear Antonio would hear the clanking continuing going off, and you don't hear anything else at the moment.
And now he's like, as he's listening, he's like, oh yeah, 4 for the and 2, right?
Got it. Math checks out. So you were right.
All right, and just so I can specify where you guys are going to be going, hopping you back over to this one.
Shift click us.
Whee. Does it always make you guys always go to the sea of moving ice?
Yeah.
Yeah. It starts me at reference 0 all the time.
Okay. So which way are you guys heading?
I figure that we should know by now that we should start going southeast at least
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we were,
at some point.
when we were shown on the map, it's like, if we were just to head east, Then once we actually hit it, and that's a pretty good indicator, like, hey, you're
Yeah.
inside the fucking thing now, then we can start
kinda
heading
what I-
southeast.
Okay.
And then once we hit the second ring, we should know that we can probably at least start heading due east again. Since we don't know what it's centered on, it's it's going to take a while to figure it out anyway.
So about there.
That's what I figure. Yeah.
Roll 20. Stop it. All right. So as you get into the second ring. Da, 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 da. It's kind of familiar, except this one's a little darker because you guys are further in the forest.
I didn't copy those horses.
I was gonna say, yeah, we can just copy paste from the.
Yeah.
Why is my-
I can make
There we
I
go.
can make character sheets for them later, but
I can copy paste. One second. If I'm on the correct layer. I don't know if you guys can tweak with those. Otherwise, I don't know if they're gonna have the issue that ones have had in the past, where things that I move, all of a sudden you guys can't move.
No, seems like we can. If
Okay.
you copy and paste them, it carries the same settings over.
Okay.
Or it should.
it should.
Yeah, they have like 13 hit points.
Send the horses
Hold on.
back though.
Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. There we go.
Just can't seem to get both of them.
I think they're positioning their people so they look like they're actually riding horseback.
Yeah. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me.
I was more talking about he was clicking and dragging the horse, and then it's snapping back, and then dragging and snapping back.
Okay, so you guys get about here, and once again, Antonio, you'd be pinging again.
He just looks over at every. I'm not even gonna fucking try this time.
Do you say
this
anything
time-
if they're coming?
Yeah, I mean, he'll say that. Like, yeah, they're coming again. I'm not even gonna fucking try hiding this time.
Sarah will dismount, and she'll grab her bagpipes and walk out.
Antonio
Hold
does-
on, Sarah. Jeez.
You can't just. I mean,
Because things are happening. You can't be. But this time the sound is coming from the north, not the south.
All right.
And hold on, because I need to switch encounters.
I give Morier the same instructions: defend the horses. And then
Okay.
I again making sure I'm right next to Sarah and in front of her in case there's any danger.
Okay. So once again, this time coming from the top, and this time the suit of armor is the one leading what's happening, but it is followed by two of those metallic dogs.
I don't bother with the one this time.
Or
I'm just
pork.
kidding.
Or pork.
Ah, but the wands are fun.
Oh, the ones are fun, but I'm concerned about looking hostile. So
Yeah.
especially as we're getting closer to the center ring, if these guys are more asshole-ish about their terms of entry, then I'd rather have both of my hands free. Right. My shield is still up, but I will give both hands palms out.
Okay.
Shield's close enough. I should be able to whip it around if I have to.
Yeah, Sarah starts playing bagpipes.
Okay. They get about here, and I was gonna have the dogs roll perception, but I'm not gonna worry about that.
I motion that we should move up. So like you were
Yeah,
here
Sarah.
at some point.
Yeah, Sarah would have been moving up, like playing and walking at the same time.
Sure.
So one of the dogs is gonna kind of come over this way and stop right here. This one's gonna get bit of here,
Bork, bork, bork.
and the armor's gonna stop right there. It stands there as if waiting for something.
Okay. I absolutely don't say a word until we, I guess maybe we're still walking up. Or at this point, as long as Sarah's behind me, I don't, I can
Oh,
walk
nope.
up a little.
I need you to go back, Marion.
Yeah, Sarah would force her way in front of you.
You force your way in, you idiot.
Yeah, that's a well-known fact.
Not to Marion this time.
And as soon as Sarah gets there,
Halt.
Sarah will continue playing. She will stop moving forward locomotion, but she will continue playing in a lively tune.
a lively bagpipe tune.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't want to risk this being in a Squid Game scenario, so I don't step alongside her or anything.
What is your name?
Sarah will stop and curtsy. I am the lovely Sarah Nader, and she'll curtsy and flourish majestically.
Then, if it doesn't look like there's any response, I'll pipe up from behind. I'm Varian Rain of Cormyr.
Can after he says that, can Sarah say, may we pass, please?
It doesn't answer your question, Sarah.
Get it.
It kind of just stands there looking at you.
Over there is Master Escher and Master Antonio. All right. Well, I don't know if anybody else has named their horses.
Hold on. Sorry, I
have.
had switched over to his voice, and then I realized I needed to say something in my normal voice. I needed to wait for it to switch back. So, yeah, it's kind of sitting there, more staring at, like, in the direction of both you, Sarah, and Barian. And then it says,
Who are you traveling with?
I feel like I just gave the answer to that question. This is the lovely and talented Sarah Nader. Over
Sarah
there
will bow and curtsy while she's playing the bagpipe still.
is Master Escher and Master Antonio.
And I give a gentle bow.
Just to stop.
Yep.
Antonio just flips him off. Fuck you.
Yeah, the Italian salute.
it stands there for a second.
Who are you traveling with?
I don't understand the question. I just answered. The three horses don't have names. The griffin is named Morier. I am traveling with Sarah Nader, Master Escher, and Master Antonio.
Who is he asking the question to?
Seems like he's just directing it at a line in the direction of Barian and Sarah. So I don't know who he's asking. So I'm
I'm
offering.
wondering. If
I think he's
Sarah
asking
needs to
Sarah.
answer.
Yeah, I think he's asking Sarah too, but I'm offering it
Can
anyway.
Sarah move back here?
Shit.
You were the one who first addressed the thing, so
You move back, and it follows to this square.
Okay.
Ah.
You're gonna need to answer the questions, I say.
Well, I'm Sarah, the most wonderfulest of bards out there. She will look towards Barry and be like, this is Bari, and that's Ecker over there, and Antonio.
My shield starts coming down. All right, here we go.
my hand slowly moves to an area in which I can easily draw my sword if needed.
It stands there. A couple seconds.
Sarah's just smiling.
10 seconds. 20 seconds.
May we pass
What is your purpose here?
to entertain?
Oh, God.
And to seek our lost companion from our guild, and to defeat the Leth.
And what? And
To seek our lost guild member,
to seek our lost guild member,
and to fight the
And-
Leth.
and to fight I think we call it the Leth. And she looks back at Bari.
I nod, but I'm certainly not looking at you. I'm watching this helmed horror, ready to jump in front of you if I have to.
She'll look back.
Yep.
And she'll look back at Barian.
I sure hope that's all the things that I said originally.
You may proceed.
Antonio
The-
looks at Escher and he's like, "How? How is this
The-
working?"
The loudest, most relieved sigh ever.
Escher looks
Holy
over at Antonio and goes, "I've got no damn clue."
Well then.
Sarah will start playing her bagpipes again.
All right. You know, I turned to you guys. I'm like, I'll let her have it.
Antonio just throws one hand up, like, "I guess we're fucking proceeding."
Hey then.
Ah, son of a bitch.
What?
There we go.
and as I catch up to Sarah, next time let me jump in front just to make sure that they don't hurt you.
Okay.
I'm wearing
Like
a whole
my personal bodyguard. Cool. Got it. You are now
Sure.
my personal bodyguard.
excellent. I'm very good at that with all the metal and all.
She will toss you a copper.
Oh well.
Toss
That
a
might as well
coin
just
to
be
your
so
Barian.
She doesn't. She actually doesn't toss you a copper.
As you joke, Brandon, but Geralt is a little bit of the model for how Varian
Yeah.
at least operates. Not personality wise, but
I will say that because these things don't have very good. I mean, they don't have stealth, and I rolled crap stealth for them. As you guys are heading to the left, you do see hidden in a set of bushes a pair of ballista things that are lowered. So they're pointing at the ground currently.
so what have we learned from this experience as we're riding? Either they are fighting the Leth, or they really like being entertained, or they just like honesty.
Or I don't know what works anymore. All right, it could be any of the above.
I don't know what else we got. I'll tell you one thing though. It's probably a good thing that Torvald wasn't here for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
God, it's like unanimous. The party, yeah.
You and Sarah, like I'm.
Yeah.
Travis is saying yes.
Well, yeah, but
Sure.
Baron just keeps going. He would get on about some riding a fire giant in the lava or something. I don't know what he would be talking about at this point. the horrors would either dismiss him as an unintelligent beast or would attack him just out of pure spite. I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe that's just
Best-
what we've become
Whee!
accustomed to. And he's looking over at Escher as he's like,
Escher is equally as confused.
I do sympathize if that's the case. I've had some of those teams myself. It seems like I attract them actually.
Okay, so you guys get to get through to the area. You don't hear any of the rest of the patrols. You guys continue towards the east,
yeah.
or southeast, or where do you want to go?
Weast.
Here.
West.
I mean, we're still.
Is it here, Chris? Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't
just
see it
heading
ping the first time.
northeast.
I didn't see a thing yet.
Yeah, it's saying, no.
Do we just want to leave and not take our chances of screwing it up the third time? I mean, rule of threes. There's at least one more layer of protection in here nobody else has gotten to yet.
I say we just go to the H and hope for the best.
All right. So as you guys start walking through, you get about 5 miles in from that last hex there. And through the trees, you start to see something about half a mile off.
Hey, I see something about half a mile off.
Terrific.
And as you guys get closer,
Also, see something.
you see
How
a
far
tower.
off?
Now just
In the
slightly
forest.
under half a mile off. Because we have walked since we last saw it.
You see a tower kind of crooked a little bit at part of it in the forest.
I'm just going to say right now, I don't trust this rock over here. It looks a little bit too much like that panther construct from Aladdin. Like it's
I'm
coming
more
out of
worried
sand.
about this
It
rock.
looks like a snapping turtle or
It's
something like that.
It is going to bite our faces. Yeah, so
Okay.
as we close in, I'll dismount and lead from here. Lead Moria from here.
Sarah will dismount and she will start playing a flute.
Antonio will follow suit, but grab Sarah's horse and just kind of sigh. Still
No, she
baffled
would
at
grab
everything
it.
going
She would-
right.
She would still grab it, but she would just.
A flute is 2 hands.
Yeah, Bruce 2 hands, so
You can wrap it around my arm. God.
Well, you didn't say
Asher
you were
will follow
doing that,
suit as well.
so.
all right, so you guys walk up to the tower. You do see, as you can kind of see there, a weird walkway that kind of wraps up and around to a front door.
As they're walking up, Antonio's like, well, we might as well go up the walkway, because apparently just talking to this guy fucking works.
Well, and we've definitely announced our presence with the incredible flouting skills of our resident flautist.
Antonio just kind of looks at you and says, and now you see why it's really difficult to do my portion of the job.
Well, look, I mean, I've been in the woods by myself for quite a while, and this is one of those reasons why. I can screw it up and know entirely who to blame.
Escher's gonna walk up to Sarah and hand her a copper piece.
I was gonna say a piece of candy.
a piece of
She'll
candy.
take it and put it in a
Ooh,
pocket.
piece of candy.
All right.
Yeah. I suppose we should find some place to hitch the horses to, and I'll order Moria to watch over them.
I imagine we'll just kind of hitch up to the bottom of the stairs. It looks like there's a railing or something, or something like that, and just. I guess we're going in the front door like normal people.
If it makes you feel better, you can sneak behind us as we go up the ramp and make it seem like you're doing your part. I mean, just sort of do that.
I could just climb up, and he just points at like any of the windows or something on the side, and just go in that way. But
let's try the front door first.
Exactly. Apparently, that works in these fucking woods.
Listen, I'm with you. This doesn't usually work this well, so this is new to me as well. So unless somebody else is reaching for the door first, I will knock on the fucking door.
No, Antonio's keeping an ear out behind us just in case. He's
sure
wary, but like passively confused in the back of the line.
No, it's
Sarah.
smart.
Sarah will be in front of Antonio, so she'll be like second from last. But she will be playing her. She wouldn't be playing her flute right now.
Okay.
Asher's got his back to the wall, just looking out.
Marion, you give a little knock, knock, knock.
Housekeeping.
Door opens with a little as it creaks on the hinges.
Is there a face in the doorway, or did it just open because I knocked on it?
You don't see anybody like at the doorway, no.
I mean, at this point, the flute has definitely given us away, so I'm certainly not going to try and stealth our way in here. I'll just announce in the door, "Hello? Anybody home?" And I'll ask it. Oh, Jesus. I'm not sure that I understood. I apologize. Your voice is a little bit high register for my speakers. I'm sorry, I'm slipping into Torvald again, but this is the only way I can communicate what I'm trying to say.
Who are you?
Greetings. I apologize. I hope I'm not disturbing you. You might have been expecting us. I am Barian Rain of Cormyr. We met what I assume are your guards outside in the forest?
Do you want to play?
Asher instantly puts his hands up and go, "No, we don't."
That is an interesting question. Who is it that I'm speaking with right now?
My name is Squirt.
Squirt? Or Squit? I apologize. Again, it's a voice modulation thing. I'm sorry.
My name is Squirt.
Well, it's nice to meet you somewhere. Are you hiding? Is this a game of hide and seek, or am I just not able to see you?
Why don't you come inside?
May we? I certainly don't want to intrude.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Uh-oh.
Where does the voice sound like it's coming from? Other than obviously like inside.
Sounds like it's coming from inside.
Like literally no source.
Not that you can tell at the moment.
Terrific.
Hey, Brandon, does my ring happen to be vibrating or buzzing or whatever it is? Okay.
Hey, might as well. I mean, I was gonna make a joke that the tower was a mimic, but you've got a way of saying so.
So I insight that Squirt's invite in. Like, is it being truthful that it'll be fun, or is it saying it'll be fun because I'm gonna murder you all?
I mean,
you
that
can't
would give you the same return, I think.
Yeah. For what it sounds like the voice wants to play.
Baron gives sort of he tries to stifle it, but he is obviously unsuccessful. Gives a sigh and takes a deep breath and goes, "All right, here we go." And I walk right in.
Internally, Sum is like, "Do not fuck with the Fae. This sounds like
Oh,
Fae.
I
Do
know.
not fuck with the
Yep.
Fae."
Yeah.
Yeah, Antonio's gonna like wait. Everybody else goes in and make his way in last, assuming the door doesn't shut in his face.
Nope, door doesn't shut in your face. Everyone's able to go in. Door doesn't even shut once everybody's in.
Is there anything I
Okay.
could use to prop the door open?
Put a rock or something in the jam.
A rock or a stick. Yeah.
Okay, I would like to find a nice stick and put it in the door jamb. In between the
Antonio's
door and
literally just
everything so
gonna
it
throw
doesn't
a
close.
knife into the floor in front of where the door is.
Not one of the ones from your bracers, right?
Otherwise, just stick it in there and just goes pop. Oh,
Right?
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
Yeah.
he like
Haha,
takes
oh,
it
wait.
out of the. Well, no, he'll actually like send it from the bracer, and then it'll go back right, and then take it from the. Like he has a few of them like strapped to the front of him, like a bandolier of just claws, basically, because those are all T-Rex claws, or they were, and he'll just throw one into the ground in front and be like, this will probably.
I forgot, were they claws or were they teeth? I thought they were teeth.
The T-Rex ones are teeth. Yeah, I wrote claws. But
Yeah.
that's wrong.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Either way, it is one of the.
Chris,
teeth
are you
that
in a
is-
mall?
What?
Food court.
Yeah, it sounds like
Oh.
you're in like a food court.
No, sorry. Mary's got her music going and she is
Okay.
making dinner, so just
Is
a
it-
heads up.
It just sounds like someone's like in a food court or whatever.
Yeah, she's cooking.
All right, so you guys walk in. Let me get you loading into the map.
Oh boy.
You guys will be in the upper left as I reveal it. And as you guys come in, you see this nice little area.
As soon as Sarah goes in, she'll be like, "Oh, what a quaint little house!"
So I assume
Where's
this
the
is the
front
door?
It's either that one. or one
Front,
of
front.
those.
You guys came in from the what's the south right there? Yeah.
Okay.
There's no grid right now, so
Perfect.
Oh, never mind. Go over here.
Riding on Asher's shoulders.
Where do we go?
So I'll sort of so there's no obvious speaker in here, right?
nope. You see what you see.
Okay.
A lit
Uh,
lit fireplace, couple couches. The things that are right, like these kind of things, those are like hanging lanterns from the ceiling.
So I'll sort of call into the room. We thank you very much for your hospitality.
Welcome. I haven't had a chance to play with people for a while.
Well, do you live here all by yourself, or do you have friends hiding somewhere?
Define a while.
Hard for me to leave the room.
I didn't catch that.
It's hard for me to leave the room.
Why is that?
And you watch as on the table there in the center, a little can of oil slightly floats up.
Squirt. God damn it.
It gets tiring flying for too long.
Yeah, I can relate a little bit. Just a little bit, though. I will very cautiously, like a quarter speed, walking in here. Sort of, I'm avoiding the carpet until it sort of gets to about this point, and I'm gonna give a courtly. I'll go half towards royalty now instead of just like a quarter. But I'll give a half courtly bow in the direction of the oil can. Well, it's nice to meet you, Squirt.
Sarah will curtsy too and say, "You look absolutely adorable today."
Thank you. What's your name?
I imagine your charisma's higher than mine.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Let me.
What is your name?
Please forgive my manners. Allow me to make the introductions then. This is the magnificent, the talented serenader. Perhaps you've heard her music coming all the way through the forest.
Curtsies.
Oh.
And over there, Shy, of course, Master Escher and Master Antonio.
Slight bow.
The oil can, in a way, kind of like tips your direction a little bit.
You're doing the best you can. What you got?
So, do you want to go through the tower? I haven't been here through the whole thing for a long time.
As a tour? Are you going to guide us?
Maybe?
Maybe is an interesting answer. What kind of game did you want to play? Just out of curiosity.
I just want to play. And talk with people.
Oh, talking we've got. We can talk. We got lots of stories we can tell.
The master hasn't visited me for a couple months.
Who's your master, if I might ask?
He got hurt when we came here.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is he here? I have the ability to heal people, at least a little. I might be able to help.
Yeah, he's in his bedroom. I can guide you.
I'm definitely going to turn to the others first. Just sort of give me an answer.
Who hurt him, if we may ask? If you know.
The tower did.
The tower did. Does the tower not like people barging in unannounced?
Not that it's complicated for me to say.
Got it. Will your master be up for guests? Do you think he would appreciate meeting some new people?
He likes new people. And if you were able to get here, it means that he may want to speak with you.
Well, I think that I'd like to speak with him too.
Yay!
And I am being truthful because I am not sure if I want to speak with him, but I think I want to speak with him. Would you, in character, would you like me, since it's tiring to fly for too long, would you like me to pick you up and you can guide us that way? Would that be all right with you?
Yes.
All right. Wish me luck. But I pick up the, I'm hoping enchanted oil can and not possessed oil can, but, I could happen too, I guess.
Roll initiative.
What's your con?
Nope.
Make a con save. You got
You
stabbed
pick
with
it up,
oil.
it's fine. It
Just
kind
hit
of, as you pick it up, it kind of is like
everybody.
doing like a little dance as you pick it up.
Doing the R2D2 dance. Okay.
And
Hit every button on your character sheet all at once. No, you failed. You only did one at a time. You're dead now. Aw.
Before we go in, 1 second. Hey, Carpy, don't worry about me.
and you all watch as the rug at the north wall gets up and sits on the couch.
Baron, it's just he'll shift the oil can into one hand and he'll give the carpet about two. It's nice to meet you.
Escher steps
And-
off the other rug.
And almost like magic carpet, Aladdin style, just kind of crosses its arms.
Crosses its tassels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, if your friend would like to come with us, we certainly wouldn't say no. This is your house after all, not ours. We're just guests here.
Man, he likes it here.
Does he? I will defer to your judgment. You know your friend better than I do. And I
And he watches
very
it.
subtly get off the carpet.
It kind of uncrosses its tassels and like puts them in front of the fire and
Okay.
The floors can be chilly.
Antonio looks over at Escher and he's like, "Is this a fever dream?"
Escher kind of puts the back of his hand against his forehead. He goes, "I don't think so."
So I'm holding the oil can palm up. I'm just letting it sit in my palm, and I have it in front of me.
I made it so you can move it now.
Excellent.
Since you volunteered to hold it, so I gave it to you.
Through the door over there, I presume.
It's the only way to go.
I didn't know that for sure. Gentlemen, lady, that's very cautiously.
Hey, Squirt, just for my own curiosity's sake, did a woman visit you within the past week? Maybe two?
A woman? What'd she look like?
Okay, this got a little weird.
Yep, a little
He
bit.
suddenly just seemed tentative on answering that question.
Oh, you'd know her if you saw her. When was the last time you had visitors? I'm trying to shift tact away. When was the last time you had visitors here?
I guess there was someone that came through, but they ran through here really fast. And they didn't stop to say hi and didn't want to play.
Well, that sounds very rude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I'll go through the door. I go through the door oil can first, so like whatever's on the other side of the door sees the oil can first, and then the armored knight behind it.
All right, so you guys go through the door, and Escher, you because of your keen mind feat, all of a sudden feel a bit of nauseousness as you start going north, and suddenly are walking east as you go through the next door.
Well,
Wow.
he literally makes that sound.
I will let Escher deal with Escher's nausea. I'm not taking my attention off of this hallway or this oil can. I've got them both in front of me.
You two
Guys.
playing,
Quick,
you guys dancing.
fire up Torvald's playlist.
Um,
Oh, that was
Sarah?
great.
Is Sarah joining us?
as we get through
Oh,
the
yeah.
door and I feel that change, I kind of put my arm out toward Antonia. I'm like, the direction's changed.
Antonio just kind of like slumps a little bit. Magic, probably.
Yeah, Varian doesn't say anything, but he sort of gives that very subtle nod.
I had to guess. I mean,
Which way?
based on obvious reasons, probably a wizard at the top of this tower. They really like towers, apparently.
Map
I lost
to
it.
the left.
You said the left?
Left.
That's what I also meant to say, but I forgot how the words go, so is there any decorations in this hallway or anything, like paintings watching us? Because I'm getting a Harry Potter vibe here.
Hold on, I was in Squirt's voice.
Yeah.
I was about to answer you as Squirt. Nothing that's like following you. There's like a landscape painting or whatever that is like, you know, generic landscape. Nothing too like fancy about it.
Well, I'm going to comment on it anyway. Yeah, that's a nice place. Is that where your master's from?
I don't think so.
No. What's your friend's name? I don't want to seem rude when I meet him.
Friend, I have lots of friends.
Okay, you're right. I'm sure you've got a lot of friends in here, including Carpy. Your sick friend.
Your master.
I'm purposely avoiding using the word.
Gotcha.
Oh, he kind of goes quiet. Whoop.
That's good. I got you.
Whoop. He kind of goes quiet, like he goes to answer, and then seems like not able to.
And it's like, as soon as I hear the hesitation, okay, all right. I don't want to put you in an awkward spot. I'll let him introduce himself. Clearly, he's a man that likes to take charge. Through this door?
Yes, sir.
Should I knock first? What's on the other side?
It's a hallway.
Okay. So I'll open up the door again. Oil can first. It's like I just barely crack open the door and I stick the oil can through the door.
All right, you go through and you see a hallway.
Am I entering?
And
This
just a
time-
heads
this
up, dinner might be done soon. I might have to take off for the foods. Oh,
Okay.
no, never mind. The wife said I can eat on the couch.
Score!
Okay, nice.
Yes, couch dinner.
Am I entering from the left or the right?
From the left. I was gonna say this time, Esther, you do not feel the as you're changing directions.
Gotcha.
I felt it was worth asking.
Yep.
Just I don't want to be rude. Are these carpets your friends, or can I walk up on them?
No, these ones are dumb.
Oh. All right, I'm not going to judge. You're the one that said it, not me. I'd sort of, if there's, I look for a shoulder to slap on. Okay, fine. No gestures of friendliness then. Anything on the walls in here that I can comment on?
These ones are pretty bare.
Okay. So how long have you been out here? All by, well, I guess all together, you and your friends.
Been out where?
Out here in this forest. Did you come from anywhere else, or is this where you've always been?
We've been in the forest for I don't know.
Can I go through this door?
Yep.
Okay. Oil can first. It's like, if this place turns into a set of Jaws, at least it's not going to be because I stumbled into something blindly.
All right, and as you enter this one, you enter a decently sized library. Once again, coming from the left.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the book room.
Has it been a while since you've been in here?
Yeah, normally I hang out at the place you found me.
Oh, I can imagine it's a little bit hard to open some of these doors, huh?
Yeah, I don't have hands.
I noticed. I wasn't going to say anything. I thought that was going to be rude, but now that you brought it up. Although, I have noticed that none of these doors squeak.
What?
He kind of stops partway through
Yep.
saying something.
Yep. Yep.
Like he's about to say something and you say something about the doors.
I'm sorry.
Ah, shucks. But I just realized we're in the book room. Archie, are you here, Archie?
And you hear something with wheels coming from the northwest. There we go. I was like, which direction is that?
Brandon, can we take a pause for a second?
What?
Are you trying to outdo me right now?
No.
I think you're trying to outdo me.
I mean,
right
if
now.
we end up with the stuffed teddy bear in here, then I will agree with you for sure.
Nope. And then coming from the
Or no, the real indicator will be the brooms, Travis. If you see
Yeah.
brooms, then we can sue him for plagiarism.
Okay.
so coming from the left or the upper left, I'll say. You see on a hold on. I need to double check the art for it because I want to make sure I don't say it wrong. Where are you, monsters? Because it's considered a monster. Yeah, on a pair of wheels, kind of at a inward angle like this, you see wheeling in a big construct.
What the hell is that? Oh, an actual construct. Cool.
Yeah, and it stops. It kind of wheels around the corner.
I put the oil can between us. Look, see, I got
I
one.
didn't know we had guests.
Greetings, it's a pleasure to meet you. Being absolutely as friendly as possible. While ridiculously holding
An oil can.
an oil can. As an offering almost.
So I am going to ask, did somebody watch Beauty and the Beast recently?
Or the first episode of The Witcher Season 2.
Nope.
No, he stole the ideas from me.
No,
Oh, really?
certainly.
Yes,
Certainly.
Oh, don't you lie. Don't you lie to me about this. We all know it.
I can't agree with you right now, Travis, because I'm sort of at the front of this madness right now. And
It
I
might not be an exact copy, but it's got my dungeon vibes in this.
I feel like I'm gonna get exploded to death if I agree with you. I'll agree with you after we're out of here.
Hands
Yeah, well, I mean, my armor class is pretty high, but it's only so high. I introduced myself to the construct.
Welcome. How can I help you today?
Oh, our new friend Squirt here is introducing us to your master. I hear he's feeling ill. We'd like to offer our help if we can.
Ah, yes. Master has been feeling not very well. He's through those doors, and down the next hallway you would actually reach his bedroom.
I hear that you had a recent guest. If I could trouble you for just a moment, did this guest cause you any trouble?
I guess.
Master Squirt here mentioned that somebody came through and ran through rather quickly through the building.
You're the first guest I've seen for a while.
Oh. Well, I'm certainly sorry to bother you. I assume you're the caretaker of this wonderful collection?
I try as well as I am programmed to.
Certainly looks like an impressive job that you've been doing. I would love to come back and talk to you some more, but I certainly don't want to keep your master waiting. And as I'm talking, I'm just sort of slowly walking towards the door that he indicated, just watching for any sort of the jaws of karma are eventually going to get me. But
Yes,
maybe.
go visit the master, and I'd be glad to have you back into the library.
Oh, excellent. Fellows, let's try not to spread out too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're
Yeah.
all on like auto follow at this point. Like just kind of like eyeballing them as we're walking by, like, please don't all of a sudden just shoot at me.
It's like I'm slightly turned just to make sure.
Okay, so you guys make it through that door. To another hallway, just like the construct had said. Coming from the left. You do see a big door at the very end, and then 3 doors to the north and 1 to the south.
Oh shit, Travis! These are the closets where all the scented brooms are. I think you're right. These are the broom closets right here. Damn it!
As they're walking by, Antonio's gonna kind of like not touch the door, but like bring an ear close by each one.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a. If you're gonna are you doing all 4 or?
Yeah, he'll go like top, and then bottom, and then top. On the way through the room, he'll skip the. Well, no, he's gonna do all of them. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and just roll me a perception for each one then. Or fast. It's rapid fire.
And because he's listening. First one. Second one. Third one.
I was gonna say, if you got another 28, I would have been like,
Yeah.
What's going on?
Shenanigans. Oh, what the shit?
Jeez.
That's all for you.
There's got to be some kind of prize for double critting on a single roll.
So, all the north doors, you hear a slight bit of like a very small crackling fire, and you hear a slightly larger one to the southern door.
Okay. And if everybody would kind of notice him getting a little bit close to the doors as he's walking by. You guys are welcome to ask. He's not going to say anything about it, because it didn't seem like there was... He didn't seem overly thrown off by anything he heard.
Escher kind of understands what he's doing, so...
I'm focusing on the death trap that I'm inevitably going to walk right into.
Yeah, Barian probably is too focused on the sentient oil can that he's walking through the building, holding out like, please shoot him, not me.
Okay. Is this your master's room?
One sec.
This is his bedroom.
Okay. I will knock on the door.
Okay. The door opens, and I'll reveal the area, then I'll reveal to you what opens the door. So standing in front of the door there, you see
Did you say a stuffed bear?
Get ready for it.
a large construct. Like opening up both doors at the same time.
God damn, what is wrong with my rolls today?
And it kind of looks at you.
I give it
Hi,
a
Shelby. I brought some friends.
Did Squirt say schlubby?
Shieldy.
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 Shield. Okay. Definitely not what I heard.
It kind of like its head just kind of like looks over everything. It doesn't say anything, and then it walks up and stands up over here.
And to Squirt, I assume that's permission to enter?
Well, he didn't try to punch you.
Well, I mean, that's definitely why I'm asking, though, because I want to keep it that way. So I'll very cautiously enter the door, just in case it's sort of baiting me into a trap. Haha! You crossed the threshold. Now I smash.
You just see it kind of standing there, arms not crossed, just kind of arms at the sides, just watching over the room.
Yeah.
And at the 1 sec, I'll let you guys like enter the very first bit of thing. But you do see standing by the bed a slender, like sleek, silver construct. And it looks like it's tending over somebody in the bed.
There, Master. You'll be fine soon.
Can we see who's in the bed?
You're not in the room.
I thought I moved myself. No.
Nope.
Not
You're in the
on-
hallway still.
Oh, oops. Stop it. Let me move. There we go.
Okay, so first things, as you come in here, because of your perception, Antonio, and it has to do with smell, you come in here and you can smell a scent of blood and a medicinal smell that almost thinks like sick bed kind of thing.
Okay.
And the way you guys are standing, you can't see who's in the bed at the moment. And the construct turns towards you all.
Can I help you?
As a matter of fact, we were wondering if we could help you. We've heard that your master is ill. My colleagues and I have some medicine available if we might approach.
He is ill. He is hurt. I have tried what I can with what we have here. But I guess if Squirt trusts you, then you can give it a try.
Slowly approach.
Before he gets too close, I step up over to Barian, and I tell him that if he wishes to, he may use my ambrosia, given its abilities and medicinal qualities and whatnot.
I'll lean in enough to hear what you're saying, and I'll give you a nod, without taking my eyes off of the other construct over here.
Okay. I will reach into my
And-
saddlebags and grab it for him.
Did
Okay.
Did you
And-
take any from the party inventory, or are we taking one from the party inventory? Because I was assuming
Oh,
these are just in
I took mine
Antonio's
from the
bags.
party inventory, so I had the one or two. I can't remember.
I won't physically take anything from you yet. There's a couple of things I can try before we get to that point.
Okay.
I think what someone's trying to get, Chris, is that I believe all the ones that were taken from the Coliseum were put into his bag of holding.
Oh,
I don't
No,
know.
I-
if
So
you
you
I
wouldn't
had
just have
any-
one in your pocket.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
because we were
Yeah.
told, like, don't drink them in the middle of battle, so Antonio was like, alright, so I don't need to, like, distribute them for immediate use.
Sure.
gotcha.
But hearing you talk about the ambrosia, you will walk up and hand one over.
Okay.
I
And
did
the-
perception what I could of the patient so far.
Okay, I was gonna say, as you were getting close, I'm actually gonna move you back about there because
That's fine.
the female sounding construct, as you say that, starts like walking away, and in the bed, you see someone that you've never seen before, but the others look somewhat familiar. At the same time, not. You see a much older, looks centuries older, very wrinkled, very long gray hair. Sitting in the bed currently is a very old Oldrayan.
Interesting.
Oh, I don't know that, so
Antonio looks over at Escher and he's just like crossing his arms as if like, if anything, like, I'm ready to fight. Like, he's very tense.
Yeah. Understandably.
oh man, I'm gonna get pissed if I heal this guy and he ends up turning on me. I'm gonna be mad. Okay, I come up to him, still holding out the enchanted oil can.
So he's like seems like half awake as he sees you come over. Who did you bring to me, Squirt?
Hello, friend. He said he can heal you, maybe.
He kind of sighs. I don't know if that would be possible, my little friend, but she's willing to help.
No. I will definitely only give an eighth of a bow. Just because I don't want to seem like I'm condescending to the sick dude in the bed. Varian Rain at your service, sir. I apologize for the intrusion. We were here on other business, but perhaps we might be able to help you. Could you tell me more about what ails you?
Something caused my tower to end up in this forest. And when that happened, I got injured. and something broke in me, and I can no longer walk.
Is this, do you believe, a physical condition or a spiritual one?
I'm not sure. I've tried whatever concoctions that we have here that I had made, and they didn't seem to work.
My skills with restorative magic are limited, but if you would allow it, I could try.
I'll give a little nod.
I sort of look for a place to set Mr. Oil Can down. And sort of offer it to the nurse bot if, it seems rude to put him on the bed.
You go to hold out your hand to the nurse bot, and squirt just floats off your hand.
Okay, that works too. Before I attempt a casting, I am going to try and do a little bit of Jesus fucking. What is wrong with my rolls today? They suck. Investigation is the only other thing I can think of that I can try. So it might at least tell me if there's something physical, even if I don't know what it is.
I mean, he'll let you kind of look. You can see there is something something's messed up in his spine area a little bit.
Okay, well, I am going to attempt, and I am going to specifically highlight the word paralyzed. Lesser restoration. So I'm going to cast lesser restoration.
Okay, you cast it on his body, and doesn't seem to have any effect.
If lesser restoration doesn't work, I'm certainly not going to start lay on hands on him. I'll consult for a moment. Nope. Let go. There we go. That was the most powerful healing spell that I know, which is not saying a lot. You
I could try playing some music.
That might work. That might work.
Sarah will immediately get out her flute and start
playing. Yeah. In the meantime, this potion, perhaps, unless you have better ideas. I am not an expert in this kind of thing. It's just something I picked up along the way.
This more or less just gives you a good night's rest, and he kind of looks around. I don't know if that'll... If your magic didn't work on him, I don't know if just resting will. And he steps in a little bit closer and tries to whisper a little bit. He says, the man in that bed is the willing. Older, but physically looks similar.
Varian's gonna sort of take a moment to digest that, and he's gonna close his eyes, and he's gonna do something similar that you've already seen him before, but he's trying to be a little more subtle about it this time. I'm using my divine sense, looking for the presence of in this case, Fae as well. So Celestial Fiend. Oh no, I guess Fae isn't in there. So Celestial Fiend, you're undead within 60 feet.
Okay. Nothing sets it off.
Okay.
And as you're doing that, he kind of starts settling back, and he goes, "What are you talking about, the willing?"
Yep. I guess he's got good ears. So Baron shares a look with Antonio. It's like, you want me to take this?
He looks over at Sarah and he's just, Sarah, do you have the ability to show things like?
He's looking at you very skeptically, like, I mean, I can do a performance.
Baron thinks he thinks he catches on to what you're saying. What about the appearance of a specific person?
Create a situation visually, though.
Or a person.
I mean, I can make a copy of myself. I plan on doing it for shows.
I think what they're asking is, can you make an illusion of the other version of this man that you've seen before?
I don't know who that is.
Remember the guy who invaded the guild?
She just sniffs one, like very audibly, like.
While you guys are consulting, I'll go over to the old man and I'll explain the best I can.
Why would I make an illusion of him? And Sarah says in a very condescending tone.
Asher says to help this man understand.
Understand? What?
I say to the older man, the tower that you reside in, does it usually have the ability to travel the planes?
No. It's always been in the place it's always been since I ever built it.
Are you familiar with the Leth?
Did they send you?
I would like to introduce myself and then stab them. Completely dead serious.
We're not sent by the Leth, we're sent by the people who are trying to stop them.
And he'll kind of sit himself up a little bit and scoot back into his pillow. Well then. It seems like it might be time for us to talk.
That sounded like a cliffhanger to me.
Yep.
That sounded like roll credits.
Yeah, that's where we're gonna end it.
Next time on Rift Chasers.
I do want to know though, just for my own morbid curiosity. Are you mad that we got through all that without a fight, or is that something you were planning on, hoping that we would say?
I was hoping you'd say something that would appease them.
I was hoping to make you angry that we bypassed those. The way that I pissed off Chris when I opened up the door that he locked and bypassed an entire dungeon to get through because I happen to have tools on me.
Yeah, about that.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's still the chance that we get devoured on our way out.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
No.
I don't know where that was from, but
I don't know either. I wonder if that was from Squirt's first words.
Oh my god, that was like ringing all of the Fey bells in my head at the same time. Yeah. I was like, oh fuck.
They're like, it was.
Yeah. Oh. fully expecting a pixie to like try and fucking polymorph somebody the second that Barian walks in.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was, but right from the start, it's like, do you want to play a game? Well, that sounds like it could be fun. I'm not going to answer your question though.
I don't know what's more unsettling, the fact that it's not a "do you want to play a game?" and that it was a very high-pitched version of that, or the fact that it seemed disembodied.
I like Squirt. He's fun.
He's interesting.
Thing is, that he's an actual creature. That's named Squirt the oil can.
Of course.
Oh yeah, I mean, like it makes total sense. It's like oil can named fair. I half thought it was gonna be like a kobold to like play off of Spurt.
Oh.
And I was like, no, that's probably not it.
11 days.
How old are you?
Oh, poor. No, it was 11 days.
Oh,
it was.
How long do you live?
How old are you? 11 days. How long do kobolds live for? 11 days. Oh, okay.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get going here. Granddad's calling me for something, so I'll see you guys 2 weeks then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
See
Take care,
ya.
gents.
2 weeks.
Excellent. See you later.
Later. That was fun.
Yeah.
And Travis, I'm not copying your dungeon.
Yes, you are.
You
Yes,
just
you
cut
are.
out. No, I'm not.
All right, Huggy Train, thank you for hanging
swear
out.
you
We'll be back in 2 weeks on the
Nope.
5th. Yeah,
Just
that-
leaves. Doesn't even want to fight about it. Just, yes, you are. I'm out.
Grumble, grumble, grumble. But yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks, and we'll figure out what the fuck is going on with this. Have a good one.
This map is the biggest map I've made.